Oh, that's good stuff. Don't forget there's raffle tickets as well. We've got raffle tickets, some great raffle prizes. I'll read them out a bit later on, but ladies going around selling raffle tickets. And yeah, some great prizes there. You can see them on display at the Kenda tent. You can probably still grab tickets at the Kenda tent as well, but we've got someone, lady running around selling great raffle tickets for some great prizes as well. So it's all happening. More fun than the Echo out here, I tell you. And big, well, what a great day, what a great day. And I tell you what, it's such a great day. Happy birthday to Alyssa. Alyssa today from Paramount. So happy birthday to Alyssa. Happy birthday to Alyssa. Happy birthday to Alyssa. Can you please move your car? No, it's not on this list. It's not on this list. So happy birthday, Alyssa. How old are we? 21? 22? 20? 20 today. I remember when I was 20. I remember that. And yes, I was hanging around drag strips at age 20 as well. Yeah, so it's really, it's a dark trajectory, isn't it? Hanging around a drag strip on your birthday. Oh my God, she's a keeper. She's a keeper. Being out here on your birthday, for heaven's sake, eh? Being out here on your birthday. Happy birthday to you. So hopefully we can get these cars moved. The black Hilux MON 800, the white Outlander 895 MEG, and the white Land Cruiser BER-ARDI. We are scheduled to go anytime soon for testing here Friday afternoon at Palmyra. Of course, Carnage in the Cane Fields, Kenda event, and then we're going to have the Sugar Daddy Shootout just after 5 o'clock, our first round, over $8,000 in prize money. Where else do you go and get an $8,000 shootout on a Friday? Not too many places. Here at Kenda, up here in the cane fields, beautiful Palmyra, it's going to happen. So testing about to get underway very, very soon. All right, folks, not too long before we get underway here at beautiful Palmyra. We've got to thank all of our great supporters, not only, of course, of our Kenda series, but our shootout, our Sugar Daddy Shootout here in the Sugar City. It was so good to be flying in here this afternoon, all the way up the beautiful Queensland coast, watching out the window of the big old bird. Well, it wasn't that big. It wasn't the biggest plane I've been in, but it was good to fly along the coast, beautiful coast all the way up, and then touch down in beautiful Mackay, out through the cane fields. Glorious range views as well. And then, yeah, just one of my favourite drag strips. In fact, I think every place we ever go, it's our favourite place. If there's a drag strip, it's pretty much our favourite place. And it's so good to be back up here again. As much as we love to get to all of our lovely tracks every year of the Kenda series, it's sometimes hard to try and do. I think it's perfect that we sort of come up here every 2 years or so and lay the smack down, and it's going to be interesting. Well, I mean, in the past, we've seen some incredible stuff up here in shootout mode. Actually, most Fridays that we've had at Kenda have had a good shootout of various descriptions. This one, it hasn't really... well, it's no different. We turn up, we see how many cars we got in the various categories, and looks like it was our 700 field that was going to be quite chockers. And of course, tomorrow our 700 is our Rebels, Radial Rebels 700. But it looks like we had a fair amount of them sort of hovering around here for Friday and Saturday. So why not see if they want to do a shootout? So yeah, $250 buy-in for the Rebels. At the moment, the prize pool, we've done the sums. And we have already had the sums done by Lauren, and we've already added up. We've got to thank, of course, all of our great sponsors that help with that. 8250 is what we're up. We've got to thank the money that's been put in. Obviously, all of our entrants have put in. The IDRP's put in 1,000. Meals Queensland Concrete Pumping's put in 2. And Joe Dirt, which is, of course, works for Bay City Concrete and Haulage, tipped in another K. So between that and all of our entrants, it looks like we are up at $8,250 to win tonight. 17 cars in the Sugar Daddy Shootout. It's a 700 shootout. So essentially, look, and it's not going to be all Rebel cars in there. So there's going to be cars in here like Phil. I think Phil on the list, entry list, Phil Petrovic. A few guys that are actually in that class all the time. So for them, it's not really about slowing the cars down. It's the actual other competitors that are coming in to race in the Sugar Daddy Shootout tonight that have had to slow their cars down. So that means 700 is all we can run. In the driver's briefing, we can relay that, look, if both competitors go under 700 in their paired match, you are gone. If you're on a solo and you do that, I think, did we say you were gone? I can't remember. We see that in the driver's brief. We'll wait for race control to work that out. But there is no double breakout deal in eliminations. Finals the only time we're going to allow a double breakout to happen. Of course, the competitor that breaks out by the least amount towards 700 will be deemed the winner. Buy runs, again, the buy runs will be, well, we've got chip draw, which we're going to do at 5. So we're trying to get all of our competitors to try and get an hour, within the hour of starting testing, to sort of start feeling out their performances towards that 700. We will call out for the chip draw when it's time, and we'll do that at the Kenda tent to work out what our first round pairings are going to be. I think we said we had 17. I thought we were going to try and get a few more in there, but look, time ran out, 4 o'clock, it came and gone. So 17 that have written themselves down, paid the money towards the Sugar Daddy Shootout. So thanks to not only all of our great entrants for getting into the spirit of a Kenda, and you don't know which category it's going to be for shootout mode when we turn up at all our different events. Here at Sugar Daddy Shootout this time, a bunch of 700, and there's a whole lot of other cars that are a little too quick for 700, but they're trying to win that $8,250 here tonight. So any good racer that can smack that 700 index as tight as they can, hit the pro tree harder than the opponent. Anyone that is a little quicker than 700 is going to feel the squeeze right down at that 660. So we're going to get, well, I'm not deliberately trying to ramp up the hype tonight. You know me. The hype comes to us, remember. It's not me having to create it. It just happens in front of us. It happens organically. This is Kenda. Colonel Sanders doesn't have the secret herbs and spices recipe that we've got when it comes to tight drag racing, no matter what index class. But hopefully by the end of tomorrow night, you're also going to feast your eyes on some of the best radial racing. From memory, last time, it was just as killer last time, I remember, up here. Crazy stuff. I mean, it was so hectic up here that at race control, they had to put a glass, they basically had to put a wall in here to keep my thoughts and voice out of race control so we could both concentrate. Of course, I don't have Marky. Marky's normally writing all the seating down when we get to racing tomorrow. Won't be that hard tonight to be able to work it out. We've got the great Overtaking Lane live stream. Big shout out to everyone that's watching online already. And you can watch us all tonight with testing and our Sugar Daddy Shootout. And then, of course, Kenda here tomorrow for the day. So I don't know what we ended up in total entrant numbers, but we got a good bunch. We got a good bunch. It's going to be terrific testing tonight for a lot of our competitors. Shootout kind of becomes a distraction for anyone that's here to test. Yes, you can probably use the first hour, we hope, to hone in if you're in the shootout to hit that number. Of course, if you do want to keep testing, obviously we already said that if you haven't paid to test today, that you'll have to do that if you want to keep going. And then, of course, tomorrow, everyone will be in their allocated categories, being, our Rebels, our Rumbles, our Renegades, our Ruckus, and then our Outlaw categories with what we've got. We're actually asking the question this week, what is our Kenda ET record up here? And I think someone got on and reminded me, I think it was like 4:03 Paul Mary. We'll have to check with Justin what our quickest ET has been in a Kenda up here at Palmyra and whether or not we can see a 3. I don't think we've seen a 3. Don't know up here at Palmyra yet. I think we've been low 4s. So let's just see where the ET mark ends up by the end of tomorrow. Weather conditions, I mean, obviously minor humidity up here, not much. It's actually quite cool. Nice breeze blowing here. Got really cold here last night, I've been told. So those conditions are going to definitely come around for horsepower. We've had some beautiful Queensland sun on this track all day, so it's been cooking very well. The glue's gone down nice. This track is prepped to the nth degree. So it's never looked better. It's ready to go. So we're going to get those vehicles down with testing very, very soon. We've got our Ambos already here, which is good. We've got a lot of our competitors that have turned up for the driver's briefing, made the roll call. They're here. Our people wanting to do the shootout, well, they already know who they are. I've got the list, it's just not up here. It's at the Kenda tent. We'll have the list by the time we do the chip draw just after 5-ish, I would imagine. So that's what we're going to try and do. Give them a bit of time to try and hit a number, and then after that, just get that chip draw happening and see what they're all going to be. There is some interesting names in that list, trying to get down to the 700. I think there's going to be a fair bit of whole shot attempts, and then a lot of peddling and there might be a fair bit of tomfoolery amongst some of our competitors. There'll be ones that we know are punching way too quick for 700, but they're going to try and cut a whole shot on their opponent. Just say you've got a guy that can go 702, 706, whatever, and you can go, literally, we've got some 5-second cars in here that potentially are going to be slowed down to try and run 700. So I think everyone's mentality is going to be the same. Face that tree, try and whole shot your opponent and stay in front of them. But again, the squeeze will happen. Breakouts will happen. And as we said, if you both go under during eliminations, if you both go under the 700, then you're gone. So don't do it. The only time that we're actually going to let that be different is in the final. If we get to the final and they're both quick cars, well, if anything, that's still quite a risky endeavour. What happens at the finish line in a final when you've got 2 cars that are too quick? You won't want to go too much under it. Again, it's just the closest to 700 in the final if you're under it. But again, if you're a car that can slow down nearly a second to one that can only needs to slow down a 10th, then the advantage is going to go to that one in the 10th because he can be closer. So someone might go 620, the guy beside you goes 700, rolls through, sees the win light come on. It'll be the winner to them. So how's it all going to pan out? We don't know. How's it all going to pan out tomorrow? You're just going to have to be here. I know we've got a lot of people on the live stream going to be watching from throughout the state and further. And a big shout out to everyone that's watching, not only here in Australia, locally or overseas. Welcome to another Kenda where, we just have the best drag racing come out. Well, here, it's coming out of the cane fields. Normally everywhere else we're coming out of the woodwork. We're coming out of the cane fields here as normal with quality cars and good races. And as we said, Queensland, the radial state. Here we are up at another great Queensland track doing what we love to do, and that's test and shootout, and then tomorrow see who wins all of these great Kenda categories. So nice little crowd for a Friday Arvo too. Good to see you all out there. Hope we get a few more of your mates out here this afternoon after knock-off. Hands up who had the whole day off today. Who's had the whole day off today? All right, a couple of years. Hands up who just had half day. Yeah, me. I've had to come all the way from Brizzy half day. Still had to squeeze a few hours in working this morning. And typical, isn't it? Typical on a day when it's a half day and you think you're going to have an easy half day, and in your mind you think, nah, it's going to be easy. I'll cruise off, get to the airport, no rush. Guess what? It was not that half day for me today. I was pushed. I was a little bit against it. I had to really sort of pull the old finger out to get everything sorted. But it's hard when you got OCD. You've got to do everything properly. Then stress about it later. But here we are. Got here in time. Can't complain. We're here. It's race weekend, and that's always a cracking time. This is what recreation is, the choice for many a person moving from here to the future. Any track with a drag strip's going to really benefit from the recreation that is drag racing, another motorsport. So easy to get into if you've just got a street car. You can start there. The bug can bite. You want more horsepower, you can go get it. As we said, you can go get boosted. You can do whatever you want. The industry is really out there letting you do whatever you want to do with your automobile, and it's so good to see that a lot of these cars are multiple use. There'll be a few guys that were out here doing road trip last week, out here smashing the Pro Tree here today. Hats off to those people. They're keen. And I know how hard it is for everyone to get time off and everything to make the commitment, and a big shout out to all of our teams that have had to travel and tow to be here, and big shout out to all of our locals that are continuing to turn up and have a crack. And when it's Kenda style, we love that you do come in and you grab the bit by the teeth and you hit that Pro Tree, and before tomorrow night, you'll see it yourself, just how good a racing formula it is. And as we did, nearly 2 years ago now, this formula just, it's its own recipe that just seems to write itself. Just beautiful stories, angles, all that sort of stuff. That was a lot of close-up. I'm thinking, are you going to stand there? You're going to stand there forever, Brad? I'm thinking, Brad's standing there forever. I'll keep talking to the camera while Brad's in front of me. I said, thank you, Brad, but Brad was getting a sore shoulder, just like I was getting a sore brain. Okay, so we are underway with testing. And on the start line here now, of course, all the way, well, I shouldn't say all the way from Toowoomba. I mean, it's still a trip. Paramount Performance. We got young Jaden Seng driving the family VH Commodore on a 235 tyre. Now, of course, this is one very angry billet LS engine. One of only, what have we got now? 3 cars in this country at the last Kenda ran 430s in the 8th. So 4.3 they've run. It was actually Cam Riley that ran the first 430, closely followed by Scott Cortina, and then over the next day at Kenda in racing and qualifying, Jaden Seng ran a 430 as well, I think a 436. But let's see how they go in the little 235. One, two, three, and the 60-foot in came the power. Look, 480, 120. You could feel, well, you could see and feel the power come in. Well, let's say Jaden's feeling the power come in more than anyone. Maybe we should change batteries. Just, can you check levels on that? This was kind of crackly, I've been told. The inside run from Shags. I mean, we can swap batteries again on the cordless if you like. We can swap batteries on the cordless if you like. So yeah, just see how that goes. I don't know, just see whether or not that's sounding any better over the PA. I do understand that, yes, we've got the wide PA here. Shagger on the inside run. Thanks, Brookie, that the mic's cutting in and out. Adam Rogash said a little while ago, you can see me, Adam. Well, hello to you too, Adam. So, Brookie or anyone that can give us the feedback, we are on the corded microphone at the moment. I was on the cordless as directed by Shagger, and then now I'm on the corded mic. If I'm still cutting in and out on the stream or cutting in and out on the PA, can someone send me a message via Messenger to let me know whether or not we are still cutting out or not? I'll put another battery in the cordless and see what happens, eh? But right now we are on the corded mic. Scott Cortina, as I said, one of our other 235 cars that's gone 430s. Oh, 2 or 3 pedals, goes 532. Now it went 120 in the 60, 120 in the 60, 341 to 330, and that little 235 tyre just getting a little bit hassled out there. Okay, so good. Thank you, Brookie. Thank you, Brookie, for the advice. Stay on the corded one. Our little, well, I love that the fridge is still in here. I like that. That's how are you? Good to see you. All right, we'll stay in the corded mic for now. The cordless was starting to cut out there, so I might have to whack another battery in it. So we've had Jaden Singh down from Toowoomba. We've had Scott Cortina down from Toowoomba, and here's another one of our great Toowoomba guys, Jason Singh. He's leading the chase in Renegade 550 at the moment. It's a very tight points battle, so he's come up here to Palmyra to make sure he gets a few runs and a few round wins. He is hopefully try and clean them up. On the 550 index running tomorrow. Beside him it says Ronnie State. Now that's an old name. Well, it says Ronnie State, Kawasaki ZX12, but it's not Ronnie State. It's Rob Armstrong having a bumpy. Thanks, Simone, as well. There we go, 576 for Rob, 665 there for Jason. So he's trying to run that 700. Now normally that's a 550 car. So that's normally a 550 car for Jason, but here he is trying to play the 700 tonight. Brad Smith and Brian Brennan out there. Brian in the HJ Ute. Is Brian trying to play the 700 game? Let's see. I don't quite have the 17 names yet. Brad Smith in the Centura. Tell you what, doesn't the old HJ get it? He's definitely not hunting 700s out there, Brian Brennan. 568, hey. 568 for Brian Brennan. 142 in the 60. Brad Smith, 046 off the tree. 695, there's a shot. 695 is a shot towards the 700. 046 off the tree. Mind you, it is still too quick for that. Here we go, a bit of a couple of good citizens of Bump City about to come in here on a Friday afternoon. We've got Hot Rod Williams over there from Dolby, and Matt Walsh here, the 66 Mustang. Of course, ASG Motorsports, Aaron Gregory piecing this together. It's got a Windsor on board, 436 cubes. Actually, Hot Rod Williams also got a Windsor as well. So, double twin turbo, small block Windsor bump-in just about to happen on a Friday arvo. Welcome to Bump City, up here at the Sugar City. Bump City's everywhere. Whoop, whoop, hold your horses there, Matt. Hold your horses. Anyway, Hot Rod will go in. Hot Rod just knocked the tyre off a little bit, but Matt Walsh goes through and goes 544, hey? 544 for Matt Walsh. I don't know whether he's trying to run the Renegade 550 class tomorrow, but that's still not a bad hit. 544 under that 550 index. Yeah, so thank you if you're watching on the live stream. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Simone. Blondie, how are you? I'm glad that you're this is coming all right through the corded microphone. If we are cutting out and you're on the hill and it's cutting out, we can go to the cordless. This is some Shagger recommendations from the other event last week. Jordan Sleeman and Marcus Borg. All right, I think they're both going to try and hit 700 here. Let's just see. Like, issues shifting gears there, I think, for Jordan, but Marcus Borg, 697. Oh, that's close to that 700. Remember, 700 in racing and you are gone. It's only the final tonight where we will tolerate a double breakout in our Sugar Daddy Shootout. Isn't it great here at Palmyra? We get all of these great Kenda cars on the return road. You get to see them all up front again, and how good are our cutting-edge Aussie radial cars right now. Just amazing. And isn't it amazing that you got cars like... Got cars like out there, Scott Cortina or Jaden Seng, or, you know, Cam Riley, 3 completely sort of different combos. There wouldn't be too many things they've all got the same. But yet, by all in the 430s on a 235. That was a massive Kenda where it all happened. Oh, Graham Sutter, the Crankin VH with the Crankin wheelie. 595 with the pedal. 595 with the pedal for Graham. Yeah, that's the good question. What are the rules of the shootout if they go under 700? Brooke, the rule is if you go, both of you go under 700 in the shootout, you are both on the trailer. It's only in the final where we have a double breakout. So it's only in the final will we tolerate a double breakout. In normal racing in the Sugar Daddy Shootout, if you do go both in the 6s, then you will be disqualified. It will be a double breakout, and it will actually mean you're gone. It's only in the final that will be different. All right, Daniel Barrett reversing back the Struggling. It's got license plate on it, Struggling. This amazing Mustang. Of course, a spot-on performance customer that's helped get this car together, of course, but we must give tribute to the original fabricator of the car, being Joe Gauchi. Mr. Joe Gauchi, of course, from Profab, built this car for himself. So you know when a guy who's got his own fab shop builds a car for himself, you know that it's going to have just as much professionalism and attention as he would to his customers, but also for yourself, you might do a little bit now. Might do a little bit more on it. This is one hell of a car with a lot of love and a lot of prestige. Daniel Barrett's been driving the wheels off things since taking over custodianship of this car. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some pedaling as well, Brookie. But let's see what Barrett does on his first hit. Still feeding the power down with the pedal, 471 at 160 mile an hour with the pedal. Hey, so that horsepower, a lot of it is getting down. We are flicking the timing screen really quick here. So some of these 60 foot, so I may not be able to get to you. And yes, I know I can click on Airshake has told me about this previous race screen. There we go. 114. There we go. Daniel Barrett, 114 in the 60 foot, 311 to the 330, 471 at 160. I do love Portatree. All right, here he is, Jamie Bryson, the VH Commodore. Geez, we've got some good quality up north here, haven't we? Just fits perfectly into Kenda's. Another citizen of Bump City here, all on his own. Getting into a bit of testing here this afternoon. Definitely not trying to hit the 700, a 558. If he's trying to hit that 550 Renegade for tomorrow, 558's a good number. 558 is a good number. Now here we go, Charlie Gregory. Of course, let's see what Charlie does here. This Bluebird would be perfect for the Sugar Daddy Shootout 700. LS on board the Nissan Bluebird. Let's see if we're trying to hit 700 here, Charlie. She's had a couple of Kendas under her now in that Rebels class. Let's see this first hit. Okay, it definitely looks like it's got a 700 tune-up. Let's have a look. Oh, 730. I tell you, that you can fight with that. You can fight with a 730. That's what we're going to try and do tonight with this group of 17 tonight. in our Sugar Daddy Shootout. As we said, it's $8,250 the win of that Sugar Daddy Shootout tonight. Not too many other people out there doing that on a Friday afternoon anywhere in drag racing in the world, just quietly. And here we are, Kenda 660, Carnage in the cane fields at beautiful Palmyra here in Queensland, the radial state. $8,250 to win it with a 700 car here tonight. Blondie is still in honeymoon mode. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying honeymoon mode, Simone. I am sure glad that you're in honeymoon mode. Drag racing honeymoon, it's nothing better than that. All right, here's a guy that is leading the, you got the photo sent me here, have you? This guy leading the OG 275 points, Dale Gridley. It's a big block Chev twin turbo in a Valiant utility. And if you ain't seen this car before, folks, it's an absolute treat in person. Who said that you need a nice paint job to be fast? This thing is wild. This thing is wicked. And he is trying to solidify the points in the OG 275 class, travelling up here to Palmyra to try and stay ahead on the points. Another good citizen from Bump City. What does he do for his first hit here Friday afternoon testing? All right, doesn't bump again. Now, we had that little issue with the bump back at Willowbank. Now, tell you what, it caught the tyre, 138 in the 60, still goes 495 at 155 mile an hour. It went 138 in the 60, 339 to 330. But, yeah, again, look, he had a little bump gremlin kick in at the last Kenda round. You know what? Even if the names didn't come up on the screen, I would have assumed it was going to have Borg on it, right? So here's Tyler Borg. So Tyler and Jay. So in the Golden Reef towing lane, Tyler Borg, the XD, and in the Car Lovers Mac Lane, the XE of Jai. So Ford, the Borg family, big Ford family. These two guys will be in the Sugar Daddy Shootout tonight. I think trying to hit that 700. You just don't get any tougher X-bodies than these. Well, they're not trying to hit 700. Look at that. 658, 662. They're trying to hit the 640. They're trying to hit 640s, which will be the Rumble class tomorrow. Trying to hit the Rumble class, which is tomorrow. So there's no slowing down for 700 out of those two Borgs anyway. But anyway, we'll see if we've got a few more trying to touch 700 before we get to the evening. All right, here we go. Another one from Brisbane, one of our Brizzy boys. Of course, Danny Lansdowne. Spot On Performance, workshop foreman for Spot On Performance, one of their head fabricators, of course. Spot On Performance. This is affectionately known as the WAGS. It is a 2JZ Toyota Supra-powered VL wagon. That's right. This is Queensland, folks. This is what we've got. Have a look at the Mustang coming back here. Another one with Spot On the windscreen. This is what Queensland's all about out there. These are the sorts of cars lurking amongst us. Benny Taylor, beautiful EJ. How good's the EJ Holden? How good is the paint? The quality of these cars is just immaculate. So let's see what Wags does for his first hit here this afternoon on a 275 tyre. He's in the Outlaw 275 class. Oh, little wheelie. And it was going left again. The last event really was cranking it. 554 on and off at 11460 foot, 335 to the 330. 11460, 335 to the 330. And even though on and off the throttle a couple of times, still a 554 at 101 mile an hour. That has been in the 430s, that car, which is mad. When you see that thing on full send, it's quite epic to see a VL wagon, world's quickest VL wagon. Absolutely. 2JZ power. All right, folks, hold on to your hats. Let's see what can happen right now. Leading the points in Outlaw 275, this man, Mr. Simon O'Carroll. Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools in the Cracket. That's right. Simon O'Carroll. You talk about a guy that's got the radial bug bad, it's this man. It was called Simon O'Candles for a very long time because of his love of big cube engines and nitrous oxide. But now I call him Simon O'Kraken or Black Belt O'Carroll. He is now PSI supercharged, so C rotor. This is a C rotor PSI supercharger on a Noonan Hemi. I do think we've got the lock-up converter in it and a tie drive. I think 5-speed gearbox in this thing. So this thing's got 5 gears as well. It's gone 380s over the 8th at Willowbank and in Sydney. So this car has been into the 3s. As I said, pretty sure our radial record here at Palmyra is like 403, but that's second-hand info. If anyone's got that info or a really good memory, let us know. All right. Let's see what happens on the first hit here for the Kraken. Remember, all of this horsepower on a 275 radial. So there's a fine art in trying to tame this car down. Have a listen to the gear changes if he gets through them all. All right, it came off the line 110 in the 60 foot. I just caught something over the top of the blower, I don't know whether it was a belt or whatever, but just as it was disappearing off the start line there, I mean, obviously it went silent, and whether or not it did take the belt off there, I don't know, but I did see something sort of flap up over the top of the injector hat after the hit. 110 in the 60, it was starting to sort of mix up the cylinders and do everything it needed to do to get itself out of that sort of well, it's not a tight spot, it's just that first 100-odd foot of trying to get that car to launch, keep that tyre dead hooked. And once the car is, it's topped out on the suspension and the horsepower start line game is played, it's then about getting that thing down the track. Variety of different gears obviously come in, power management curve comes in, and then it's about sending it all the way out the back door. And remember, as that says, that car's been into the 3s at over 200 mile an hour in the 660. So on a 275, he has already got one hand on a national record for that, because that's another thing that happened this year. IHRA Australia has acknowledged that at Kenda level that we can have radial records, an Outlaw 315, an Outlaw 275 and an Outlaw 235 record. And at our last Kenda event at Willowbank, those records did get set for the first time. I don't know what, someone will tell me again, because I haven't seen it put anywhere, and I know that would be something that we know should have happened after that last event, that I'm sure we saw 275 into the 3s. We saw 235, whether it was in the 440s or the 30s, one of the 430s stuck. Huh? It was the belt? Yeah, all right, there we go. And of course, the 235, whatever the 235 record was definitely set by one of our, it might have been the Seng boys, I'll have to check. But it was about, and of course Johnny Ricker setting the Australian radial record. It went into the 50s, and then it went a 349. We never thought, we didn't know when we were going to ever see ETs in the 340s. But Johnny Ricker came up to the last Kenda and ran 350s, and then it went a 49. So that's where the Australian standard is for radial cars, not too far away from what the United States record is, so it is right up there with it. So very best performances in all of the categories, very similar to what we're seeing in the United States. Yeah, there we go. So looks like it is a belt. There we go. So yeah, 385 at 212 is what Simon O'Carroll has been with that with the Kraken. 385 at 212 mile an hour, which I think Big Steve said was probably what the record's at. So big performances in 275. Our Outlaw 315, as we said, into that 350, 340 zone, and the 235s very, very close to world stuff. I think they might have been the odd 4-1 somewhere in the world, but yeah, 3 cars running 430s at the last Kenda event, completely different combos, the 3 of them. Here comes the Wags back after quite the exciting launch and carry on, but how good does it look? It is just Danny's pride and joy. He's if you were to go back in history of Danny with the VL, I mean, it's had a variety of different sort of builds over the years, and got real serious with it a few years ago when he put it back up on the table and basically put a full 25.3, effectively kind of a pro mod chassis through the car. I even think, I'm sure he did it last year, he did the same thing just before the second half of the year. Actually went back in and made a few massive changes in the car again with setback and packaging, and has retwigged that car yet again. It is an absolute tribute to him. Go and have a look at it. This is one of the great things about Kenda, folks. It's like anything at drag racing. You do get the opportunity to go around and have a look at the cars a little bit closer up in the pits. Have a look at the engineering out of all of these cars. Our Kenda stuff, I mean, there's a lot of horsepower out there, a lot of really good horsepower making technology, and a lot of really good suspension setups. That's kind of where the last piece of the puzzle really does come together. Taking that horsepower and managing that with the smaller size tyre. We do prep the track exceptionally well, but of course then it's about making your combo, each combo work. And as you'll see tomorrow when we get into our fixed index categories, like our 550, our 580, our 640, our 700 classes, that it can be tight. Racing will be tight. Everyone's combo all of a sudden becomes quite the lethal weapon on the pro tree. Here's a guy that's a bit of a weapon. Ash Pemberton, Pembo. And Ash sprung to fame. I think, was it at Benaraby, we had a shootout down there, a 550 shootout, and Ash Pemberton was just slaying them run after run, and I think he just missed out in the final because he got the old auto real hot down there, but Pembo's chased the points as well. He just had to do another bump to keep that bottom bowl ball. Not a bad first set. Oh, 555 trying to hit the 550. 555 trying to hit that 550 index in Renegade. So Ash Pemberton, not a bad first lick for him here testing this afternoon. Oh, here he is. Like, this is 3 weekends in a row for Duncan McKenna. What was it, 2 weeks ago? He was up here for road trip. He went 150 in the 60, 4,400 plus pounds of Dodge Charger. Last week he was at Mopar Sunday where the thing went 140 in the 60 foot. It ran a 990 off the throttle over the quarter. Damien Johns beside him in the beautiful HQ as well. 172. Yeah, both cars ran identical 172 60 foots, 172 both sides. 726 for Duncan trying to slow it down. 802 there for Damien. First hit for him. So both those cars, especially Duncan McKenna, that's not a bad setup. If he can get old Migaloo to do what it's doing there, who knows? Sugar Daddy shootout money could be going to him. We've got to thank IDRP for 1,000. We've got to thank Meals Queensland Concrete Pumping for 2. We also got to thank Joe Dirt tipping in 1,000 as well, thanks to, of course, his connections with the mob he works for. They put in 1,000 as well, which was Bay City Concrete and Haulage. So there's a few thousand. There we go. Who wants a blower belt? Who wants a bit of blower belt from the Kraken? There we go. Hey, that's worth a bit. Get onto that thing. No one leaves a blower belt laying on the ground around any drag strip. Someone's got to grab that. This kid's going to grab him. So there you go. Bit of show and tell. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop. There you go. Righto. I wish we could get a pair of scissors, but you won't get scissors through it. But how's that? The Kraken's blower belt. Or, I mean, if you want, go back and get Simon to sign it. Go back to get Simon to sign that, unless he already signed it on the way back. If not, go and take that blower belt back to the pits. Don't forget, we've got the raffle tickets as well. So for your lady walking around, and if you want, you can go to the Kenda tent and buy raffle tickets. Some great prizes. There's 5 different prizes with the raffle, and we're going to draw that tomorrow just before final. So get those tickets today while we've still got them. Great prizes like race parts helmets, race parts harnesses, race gloves, stubby cooler, all the race equipment there. All right, here we go. Andy Coles. Trying to slow the RX8 down to 700. Trying to go 700. Okay, there we go. Andy Cole, 740. Now that is an LSA, so supercharged LS in the RX8, built by Spot On. All right, so he's trying to slow that RX8 down to 700. You can see how much of a pedal he had to do there. And out there right now is Ron Howarth. You can hear Ron just spooling up the XP. So I think we are Turbo Barra on board for that. Jessie Lindner beside. Now, Jessie going very well in the points in Rumble, which is a 640 class, but she's in the shootout tonight. So she's got to try and slow the blow on Camaro down to 700. Oh, nice wheelie for Jessie. 139, 60 foot, now trying to hit the mark, trying to roll off right now. 572 for Ron, 653 for Jessie. 572 for Ron Howarth, but Jessie with the lift, she's going to have to lift a little earlier than that, I think, if she's in the 700. 036 off the tree, though. 036 and a wheelie for Jessie. She's primed for that 640 tomorrow, but she's trying to run 700 tonight. All right, Harry Thwaite out there burning out in the Barra-powered Cortina. Beside him, Mason O'Neill, the BA. Another one trying to, let's see. They've both got, well, Harry normally runs in Ruckus, which is a 580 index, but I think Harry's another one trying to run 700 tonight. Let's just see. We'll either tell whether or not he's got a big lift off towards the finish line or whether or not he's got a short game and a long game for 700. Mason O'Neill, you would say, well, it's got Rumble for tomorrow, so the 640 class, but we just don't know everyone's agendas yet. How's the old AC Cobra? Just about seen everything this afternoon, haven't we? AC Cobra, RX8 with an LSA in it, Barra Power Cortinas, turbos everywhere. While Harry goes off the tree, let's have a look where he is right now. He's going to take it all the way to the stripe anyway. There we go. Harry, 568 for Harry, 668 for Mason O'Neill. So no one playing the 700 game there, just straight in. How good's the 036 for Jessie there, Barney? 036 on the Pro Tree. She did have it on the chip quite a long time there. There's a lot of chip there. All right, here we go. So Gary Milgate, Brian Brennan. Now look, they're both probably in the, they got Ruckus written on the car. So Radial Ruckus is a 580 class, but let's see whether or not they're going to try and run the 700. Gary Milgate, I'm not talking over this thing. Oh, such a sweet noise, Gary Milgate. 588 for Gaz, 611 for Brian Brennan. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 515 is the chip draw. Chip draw at 515. Chip draw at 515 at the Kenda tent. 515 chip draw. Yes, because we had the delay just sort of getting underway, so we are just pushing things back a little bit. So 515 chip draw at the Kenda tent. 515 chip draw. So what's that? 20 minutes time. 20 minutes time for the chip draw. 20 minutes time for the chip draw down at the Kenda tent. So 515 chip draw down at the Kenda tent. So I've got to keep an eye on that myself too, because we're going to go down. Obviously, I don't know whether we stop. Do we stop our testing while we do the chip draw, or do we keep testing while we do the chip draw? We keep testing. So whilst the chip draw is on, testing will still run down the track. So if you are watching the Overtaking Lane live stream, that'll continue on, probably with not much commentary as we get the chip draw all sorted. So we'll do the chip draw at 5:15 down at the Kenda tent. I'd love to be a part of that. I'll even take the cordless down. Here we go. It says here, Kia Matulovic. So is Kia driving this thing? I thought it could be Matty. It does say here, Kia Matulovic. Been waiting for this Mustang to turn up. How good a radial car is coming out of the woodwork. Aftermath, the car's called. Aftermath. How good is this? So it does say here, Kaya Matulovic driving it. So that might be Matty up there behind. This is a supercharged LS from memory. So I think it is a pretty cranky supercharged LS. Here comes Ash Pemberton back up the return road. What a great first hit for the Queensland's finest radial racers in the 550 category. And here we go. Finally getting to a Kenda event is the Machulovic family. And what a fantastic car called Aftermath. God, we got some tough Mustangs in this country. How's the headers on the side of this thing? Just two bunches of four. Although there is an extra one on this side. One smaller one. And look at that, it's actually an Outlaw 235 car. So it's actually on the side of the car, it actually says Outlaw 235. So on a small 235 tyre. Wonder if we're still licensing with this car or whether we're actually right to go. Let's see how we go. Kaya Machulovic. A whole lot of Mustang. Nice little hit off the line. Little 143 in the 60 foot. Just getting the hang of it. I tell you what, I'd need a few runs to get the hang of that thing. That's a hell of a beast, I can tell you. Hell of a beast. And can't wait to see that do more and more laps in anger. And as we said, it's just, you know, got to get used to a new car. And it's basically brand new build. Been together a little while, but it's good to see it here in the flesh. Hear it in the flesh. It's a tough thing. But Kaya Machulovic, here is the entry, whether or not it's Matty in there or Kaya. Tell you what, they love their Fords. They love their Fords up this part of the world. We got Toby Green and Cody Turner. So if you love your old school XY, Toby Green's got the car. Let me tell you, he's in the Rumble 640 class tomorrow, or is he playing the 700 game tonight? Cody Turner's got K525 on the side of his. Hey! Nice big wheelie there for the XY, 644. Tomorrow, that's 640 class. Toby Green, 644 on that 640 Rumble category index. That's tight for 640. Isn't it good to be able to nearly hit your number on the test day? It's so good, so good. Yeah, license plate, hateful. So that's Cody Steindl, the VH Commodore, Turbo LS on board for Cody. Brad Smith beside him, that Centura is back. He's in the Rebels class, which is the 700. So let's keep an eye out on Brad Smith. Is he going to be one of those entrants for the shootout tonight? 700, $8,250 the prize tonight. $8,250. If you can keep it above 700, heads up Pro Tree. All right, it's got Aegis on the back end, spot on. So, I mean, I think it was a car, a lot of fab work done by Spot On, and then I think in the engine department, a fair bit of Aegis attention in there, which, of course, they know how to make some horsepower, the Aegises, let me tell you. OG 275 stuff. Tell you what, it loved it. 121 in the 60 all the way to the stripe. Yeah, 517, 130. 517 at 130, 121 in the 60 foot. But 0-2, how about 021 on the Pro Tree? 021 on the Pro Tree. We've got some guns out here on the Pro Tree. They've been fanging for some Pro Tree action. Ben Casey now and Tim Ablett. Check this out. Tim Ablett, this is one cranky HG. Got Ruckus on the side, so tomorrow trying to hit the 580 index tomorrow. Another one of those toughies with Aegis on the back. Ben Casey, Ford Capri from Casey's Mitre 10 in Proserpine. Hey, there we are. Hardware guy. Tough. 606 for Tim Ablett, so creeping into the low sixes. 580 the index tomorrow for him. Ben Casey, 641. If he's playing that Rumble game tomorrow, 641 is perfect for that 640 index. So That's a very, very good run. Hitting their mark straight away, some of these guys. I love this license plate. Jim McLaren, license plate. Is that Viagra? Viagra is the license plate. It's blue. It's a very big blue tablet. That's enough to give you a half of one, isn't it? Yeah, isn't it? It's great. Big and blue, the Viagra. Jimmy McLaren, is he going to try and play that 700? He's got rumble on the side, so 640 is what he wants tomorrow, but he's going to try and play 700. Let's have a look. Let's just see near the 660. Let's just have a look here. Let's just have a look. Oh, 728. We've had about 3 or 4 running close to that 700. Jimmy might have taken a spark plug lead off or something because the thing was running a little bit ragged, but 728. Trying to run the number, 728. Ah, right. This guy knows his way around a Kenda and a Pro Tree. Ryan Durant. Doesn't say what class he'll be in tomorrow. I think he can definitely play Ruckus 580. I know he can play in the Ruckus 580 category. He loves the Pro Tree too, Ryan. Very tough competitor. Made the trip up. With quite a few of our South Queensland radial brothers turning up here. Beautiful Palmyra on this cracking Friday afternoon. Don't forget, get your Kenda merchandise. Kenda hoodies are down there. It's going to get cold tonight. Get your Kenda hoodies down there. Oh, 583 trying to hit the 580. 583 trying to hit 580 for tomorrow. That car is already dialed in, Ryan. His biggest problem might be to keep it that sharp. Because sometimes I think when the performance, you get that close to an index, you do run the risk of going under it if conditions change a little bit. All right, he is back. Now, it does say here on his state, but the race number I think he shared, it's actually Rob Armstrong. So another citizen of Bump City, loves to bump in the turbo small block hatchback. Beside him here, Jamie Kearings, the FG. He's already bumped in. Rob's got to light his up. All right, there we go. 038 there for Rob. 038 off the... He's a good lever, isn't he, Rob? 580. If he's trying to run 580 tomorrow, well, he's already there. If he's trying to run that 580, he's certainly succeeded. So let's see what happens tomorrow for him. That's cracking. Charlie Gregory back, and this is Ray Gross. Now, Ray Gross, all right. It's the 55 Chev. And Charlie Gregory, of course, the LS in the Bluebird, trying to run the 700. All right, clean green there for Charlie. 049 off the tree. 713. That's the sort of stuff. 713. That's the sort of performance. 049 off the tree and a 713. That's the sort of performance that could win you $8,250 tonight in the Sugar Daddy Shootout. Ah, Migaloo, big burnout there from Duncan McKenna again. Doesn't he just wear this big Charger out? Have a look at the Machulovic's beautiful Mustang on the way back. This is the quality of car we've got here in Queensland, the radial state. Duncan McKenna, 4,400 plus pounds. It went 140 in the 60 at Mopar Sunday last weekend at Willowbank. Carrying the wheel. Watch it wind the rear end up. Watch it, the rear suspension really load up. Big car. He's going to have to cut some better reaction times if he's going Sugar Daddy Shootout tonight. Here we go. 667, 720. 720 for Duncan McKenna. That's in the ballpark for 700. Definitely in the ballpark for 700 tonight. Don't forget, when it gets cold, the sun goes down. Get that little bit of breeze might sort of settle. But the Kenda hoodies, get them down at the Kenda tent. We've got our Kenda 660 hoodies down there to keep you warm tonight. Chip draw in 10 minutes. Chip draw in 10 minutes at the Kenda tent. If you're in the 700 Sugar Daddy Shootout, you better, if you're in the lanes or whatever, you've just got about 10 minutes to get at least to the chip draw before we go out again. How sweet does that cranky LS sound there of Jason Sang. He's trying to, well, after that first hit, we know he's trying to hit the 550 Renegade. And Matty Walsh, well, he already just ran in the mid-fives there before. I think he's already PB'd with the car. It says here PB 568. It went like a 540 on the last run. So he's just got to, I mean, he came into stage there before his opponent came in. Hope he doesn't do the same thing again where he lights this thing up way early. There we go, Sengi's got him. Actually, a little bit better light. Now, Sengi's just again 553, 677. So is that Jason Seng's attempt to try 700 that time? That could be Jason Seng's attempt to try and go 700, 677. Matt Walsh, 553. If he's trying to hit that Renegade 550, he's well on it already. Here we go. Aaron Kareens, the VK. The beautiful, beautiful VK. License plate turbo VK. Got Adam Rogash, none other than Adam Rogash up here from MPW in Victoria, here up in Mackay. And good to see Ads up here. We've been trying to get into a Kenda for years. I mean, one of his cars to come up. Jessie Lidner, here she is trying to hit 700. Nice wheelie for Jessie. 012 off the lights, trying to run 700. Early lift, there we go. So 683. 683 for Jessie. Big wheelie, trying to slow the thing down. Wait till you see that reaction time, Barney. Wait till you see that reaction time, hey? You wait till you see that reaction time. She's chopping the tree down, but can she put it all together? Can she put that really good launch reaction time and then just lift off early? It's going to be a hard balance to go 700 and stay on that side. Damien Johns now, Matt Britnell. Look at these Aussie muscle cars. Just crazy what we've got lurking in the garages everywhere. All right, let's see whether we're trying to hit 700. Matt Britnell is out there, no brakes, just rolling it through. 08, there we go, Matt Britnell, 708. If Britnell's going to play that 700 game, if he's one of those competitors, well, 708's not a bad hit. We got 7 minutes before chip draw. 7 minutes before chip draw. The live stream will obviously continue with on-track footage as we'll go down and investigate the chip draw. So you'll lose commentary there just for a little bit as we go down and do that part. All right, Hot Rod Williams back burning out in the XM utility from Dolby. And here's Matthew Aegis in the water. This thing is one of Queensland's toughest OG 275 cars. On any given day, right on that pointy end of the 460 index. This thing's not stalling up. Here we go. Yes, this thing has got plenty of poke up its sleeve. It is one of our toughest OG 275 cars we've got in Kenda. As I said, on any given day, this car is at the pointy end of OG 275. Matthew Aegis, Hot Rod Williams, he's going to try and hit the K525 class. So we have a class called K525. It's a 525 index. And we've got a few in that class for tomorrow and a few chasing the points as well. So the 525 class for the utility. Aegis will be trying to crack into the fours in OG 275. No, I did not want to play the game that time. Did not want to light up and leave. 589 for Hot Rod. Not a perfect run for him either. But Matty Aegis just not playing the car, not playing the game this time. The thing fires up and does everything, but there is with every combination, especially when you are trying to stall the car up, torque converter, trans brake, bump box, is that, sometimes these combos just need a little bit of fine tuning and tweaking. A little bug or two might creep in, but they can solve that anytime. All right, chip draw in 5 minutes at the Kenda tent. So attention in the pits, attention in the lanes. Chip draw in 5 minutes at the Kenda tent. We're sticking to what we said here, 5:15. We'll then decide exactly what time we get in the lanes. Remember, the far lane in the staging lanes is left free for the shootout competitors that are running tonight instead of the testers. All right, so Aegis just trying to, whether or not he's trying to get some temp in or not, or we're trying to reset the tree so we can have another crack here. See if he can light this thing up for us. As I said, this thing won. I think we're still even Holden powered on this thing too from memory, which is just mega cranky. All right, all good to go. Oh, you betcha! You betcha, folks! You better! 5-1-3. How good was that? 1-2-1, 60 foot on the back tyres. How's the pedal job from Aegis as well? I told you that thing's on point. That thing is tough. That is one of our, as I said, one of our elite OG 275 cars. And when it all comes together, it's an absolute beast. So nothing wrong with that combo other than just a couple of little gremlins just stopping it from boosting up there on the line initially, but then when put back in stage, the thing was working an absolute treat. So chip draw in 4 minutes. Chip draw in 4 minutes. I'd say Grumsy's probably nearly already over there. So get yourself to the Kenda tent, please. All competitors for the Sugar Daddy Shootout. All competitors for the Sugar Daddy Shootout. You need to be at the Kenda tent in about 3 or 4 minutes for the chip draw. You might be in the lanes. You might be having a quick crack now. But rest assured, if you're in the lanes and you're not had a run just yet, you've got to come for the chip draw at the very least, and then we'll get you around for the first pairings a bit later. So Marcus Borg going to go by himself here. Well, we've got both in the system here. All right, so got Jaden Sang beside him. So Marcus has already did his burnout, and then it is kind of the difference between our, like our 700 or 640 cars that are pretty much able to do the skid, go straight into stage and run. But here in testing, we've got obviously a different car, an Outlaw 235 car beside him in Jaden Sang. Just a different ritual and procedure that sometimes takes a little longer, but here they are now. Marcus Borg pulled back out of stage. Jaden Sang going to have another go. One of our quickest 235 cars in the country. I mean, that thing came out. I don't know why he lifted it. I mean, it was on a mission 485. It went 119 in the 60, and it came out and started to haul, and he kind of lifted a little bit there. I don't know why, but anyway, the thing wasn't really kicking out too much. 158 mile an hour out the back. 158 mile an hour out the back. All right, Benny Taylor and Ray Gross coming back out to run. I'm going to go down and check out this chip draw for Carnage in the Cane Fields and Sugar Daddy Shootout. That chip draw. Attention in the pits, 700 Sugar Daddy Shootout. You should be at the Kenda tent for the chip draw. I'm going to go down there and try and organise that chip draw with Grumsy. Check 1 2, check 1 2. All right, checking the cordless mic again. Checking out the cordless mic as we go down the back steps. We're going to do the chip draw. Chip draw to the tent, please. Okay, attention the pits. Anyone for the Sugar Daddy Shootout should be coming to the Kenda tent for the chip draw. Hopefully you're not in the lanes trying to get a run in.
Can you read that?
Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. There's a Ford Ranger 762 ZIS. Can you move it, please? Is that what you want? Move it. You want that Ford Ranger moved? Yep. 762 ZIS. 762 ZIS. Can you...
You take them off on the way.
Okay, let's see if this doesn't give us any feedback. All right, we're going to do a roll call. I don't know. He's out. Okay, Luke Falconer, are you here, Luke? Okay, Luke. Jesse Lidner. Duncan McKenna. Jai Borg. Oh, you're out? Joe Dirt. Jason Singh. Andrew. Brad Smith. They all listen to us. Matt Britnell. Ryan Durant. Troy Hutton. Yeah. Craig Williams. Yo. Mark Peachy. Jeez. You want the money, don't you? Daniel Cook. Cookie, where is he? Charlie Gregory. Charlie. Ryan McKenzie. Phil Petrovic. $79. All right. So that's 16. 16. So what'd you say? So Jai was out. All right. So that's 16. Right. It's the Welsh plugs. Everyone know how the Welsh plugs work? All right. All 16 of you, come and get a Welsh plug. I think that's what we're doing. One Welsh plug, just one. Don't go looking at it, just grab it, all right? Don't look for a warm one. Don't look for a cold one. Don't look for one with a hole in it because it doesn't exist, right? Don't start trying to feel the liquid paper on the Welsh plug to see whether you can make out the number with your fingers. You don't have enough time. So just grab your Welsh plug. Now, hopefully, oh, what's with the banana, Joe?
That's where the competitor, mate.
Okay, Joe Dirt's got the banana skin out for his opponent. That's what he's doing. He's got the banana skin out. Who's got number one? Who's got a number one? Bring both number ones up here, please.
Who's one left?
Who's one?
One left. It's your left lane.
Troy Hutton, one left.
And Philip Petrovic.
Big number, you two boys, eh? Hey? Phil Petrovic and Troy Hutton, first one. Who's got number two Welsh plug? All right, Ryan's here. Oh, look at this. Hey, look at these boys.
Who's got left? Me, I'm left. So Ryan McKenzie.
Ryan's got the left lane.
2L. 1, 2, left. And
Daniel Cook. There, Daniel Cook and Ryan McKenzie. You got that? Who's got number three Welsh plug? Oh, Number 3, hang on. Who's foxing? Here we go. Hang on a sec. Oh, Joe Dirt. Okay, Joe Dirt. Let's have a look. Who's got the left lane? Joe Dirt, left lane. And Brad Smith. Oh, he's giving you the secret handshake. Did you get the secret handshake? Oh, all right, boys. What are we up to? Number 4, Welsh Plug. Was that number 4? Who's got number 4? Oh, Andy Cole's right around. Oh. Let's have a look. Who's got the right? Wow. And Ryan, congratulations, boys. Got that? Number 5, Welsh Plug. Number 5, Welsh Plug. Come on forward. All right, Duncan McKenna. Oh, here we go. We got Duncan's got the left lane. Duncan McKenna. And you got Duncan McKenna and Craig. Is that right? Craig Williams. Number 6, Welsh Plug. Oh, you two? Oh, are you kidding me? Charlie and Jesse. This is just magic dressed as arse or arse dressed as magic. Well, I don't know what it is, but this is an arsey pairing. Well done, ladies. May the best. I hope you stay friends afterwards. I hope you do. All right? Hope you stay mates after this. Which one? Number 7. Number 7. Here we go. Here we go. Hey. Oh, Matt Britnell. Matty. Yep. And Mark Peachy. All right, there we go. All smiles, isn't it good? Isn't it good? We're not stabbing each other in the back just yet, are we? All right, so that means who's got the last number 8 Welsh Plug? Sengi. Oh, here we go. Right lane for Sengi. And Luke Falconer and Sengi. So we got them all. Now, all of our competitors, just before we go, can we decide on a time for the lanes?
So what is it now?
15 minutes?
Is every group like 5:40, 5:45?
5:40.
5:40 in the lanes?
Hang on, before you go. Hang on.
No. So we've got in the lanes. I want you to the back of the scrutineering sheds. We've got one lane, so you can't pair each other up in the lanes. So you need to stop at the start of the scrutineering sheds where you went in and signed. Just there's a big gap there, and we will pair you up. Okay? I'm not fast to pair 8.
We don't care what order you run, as long as it's the right pair. If used to are, yeah.
If used to are, I'll come and get you first. I'll just stay where you are, and I'll come and get you.
So as soon as you win, straight back here for the next chip draw. As soon as you win, once it's all done, all the winners back here for the chip draw, and we'll decide on the next round time.
All right, 5:40 in the lanes, up there at the end where Grumsy said. All right, so that's our pairings for the Sugar Daddy Shootout. We're going to have them in the staging lanes at 5:40 for 5:45 start. And as I said, it doesn't matter what order they run in as long as they know their pairings. And after that, we're asking all competitors after that to come back for the second round chip draw. So what's that? 16, then there'll be 8, then there'll be 4, then there'll be 2, then someone's going to win. Well, if we've dropped one, we're probably at 8. probably at $8,000, right on the number, I think, probably about $8,000. So we thank Bay City Concrete and Haulage. We thank Meals Concrete Pumping Queensland, IDRP as well, and all of our competitors. The Sugar Daddy Shootout out there at 5:45 on track. So more testing to do between now and then, and of course we're testing up to about 10 o'clock tonight. So there's a lot of competitors here that want to get a few runs in, hone their skills for the respected categories for tomorrow. And yeah, it's going to be great to see. And for everyone watching live on the Overtaking Lane live stream, great to be here and great to have you with us. And everyone that's come in from town or around the place to sit on the hill and enjoy it, well, enjoy all the very best of the Palmyra facility, including the bar area, which might have to have my obligatory Bundy before we get going. All right, he's back. The Kraken is back. So the blower belt, a new blower belt is back on. Boy, just knocks it off a bit further down, 430 to 150 an hour. Just got it down. Looking for the short times in a sec. But the Kraken got one down here at Palmyra. Knocks the 275 off it a bit further down. All right, just hold us up in that lane there. That was a 109 60 foot. So we're just checking. We might have had a little bit of drippage on the track or something. We're just going to check whether or not the Kraken has put anything on the track. They are saying that they wanted to check on the car. They might have had something seen on the car, which might have been an indication they might have something down the track. But it did come out. It went 109 in the 60 foot, 282 to the 330. And you can see further down, the car just knocks the tyres off it further down. Whether there is something related to what they've reported down the end is it might have had a little bit of liquid come out of the car, whether it was oil or whatever. But a bit further down the track there, he did knock the tyres off it, which is, well, I would think normally by the time he started going through all the gears, you could hear the gears. It's like 5-speed gearbox that thing's got. And you would have thought by then it's very close to locking that converter up to go through the gears like that. And then all hell breaks loose. It knocks the tyre off it down the end. And whether or not that is something on the track, there is reports that we might have something leaking on the car. The car is still right down the end here, still on the racing surface in the shutdown area. Whether or not it had a fire or not, I don't have binoculars here to be able to quite see down that far, but the Kraken is sort of down right at the end of the racing service in the shutdown area. So that will be something that we're just got to look at for now. And obviously, if we need to survey anywhere up and down the track, that we will endeavour to do so. But at the moment, it's about tending to the Kraken's needs right down at the end of the shut-off area. But as we said, came out of the hole. 1:09 in the 60, really got that short time down. That's probably our best 60 so far that we've seen. I don't know what it ran yesterday, whether he did get down the track at all, but 1:09 in the 60 is not mucking around. Got that 275 tyre planted, and then off it went from there. But I mean, that car, as we said, has been in the 380s at 212 mile an hour. So for it to go 430 there, a bit further down and spinning the tyres or whatever. But we're just trying to get the Kraken off the bottom end there. It was 150 mile an hour at the 660, so I mean and the chutes come out and everything like that. So that car obviously way down on its normal terminal speed at 660. So it's easy for that car obviously to pull up from 150, a lot easier than say trying to pull it up from 212, which it's done over that 660 distance. It's actually quite stunning to think when you have a look at that 660-foot distance where our Kenda flags are and you see where the start line is and think that you can cover that distance in 3.8 seconds at 212 mile an hour. 0 to 212 mile an hour in 3.8 seconds is a fair whack of acceleration to do out of a door car, especially on a small tyre like a 275. So we did our chip draw just before for our Sugar Daddy Shootout. 16 cars in the field. Some interesting matchups to come. We are asking them to get to the lanes for about 5:40 for a 5:45 round one. So those matchups we've asked to roll around for about a 5:45 start for round one. And then obviously we've asked all competitors, our winners, obviously to come back to the Kenda tent after their run. Once we get the 8 winners there, we will then be doing a chip draw. But remember, if you both run under 700 in these rounds of racing, you'll both be gone. So who knows what happens after round one? Do we have 8 winners, or will we have 6? Will we have 7? Will we have 5? Like, all right, more testing. Damien Johns and Brian Brennan, this utility. All right, Damien Johns, Brian Brennan, 586 for him, and a 807 there for Damien Johns in the HQ. An earlier run for him was very similar in performance, and Brian, 586. It says here before today his previous best was a 591, but there's a 586 there for him. All right, more testing underway, including a guy that's doing pretty well in OG 315. And that is none other than Mr. Doug Day from RLC Engine Reconditioning, Redlands Engines, of course. And for all those Holden fans out there, Oh, I bet you it is, Mr. Cowie. I bet you it is. He says it's absolutely killing Jace Cowie, probably Jess and everyone, that they're not up here. I remember you here 2 years ago, of course, watching the live stream, a whole massive amount of FOMO going out for all of our Kenda fans and competitors that have run here before. So this is Holden powered too, by the way, folks. It's no LS, it's no small block, it's no big block. This is all Iron Lion, Holden V8 power. Dougie wouldn't have it any other way. Had a wicked VK Calais street car, but it succumbed to a pretty nasty crash at Willowbank, and well, the running gear's gone into this beautiful VK full tube car. Here comes the Kraken back after that 430. Rob straight off the hit there, 171 in the 60, and did not want to hook the tyre up that time. That car is quite the beast. It's been into that sort of mid to low 4 second zone, 440s, nearly 430s out of the car. So he's quite the competitor in the OG 315 class. Yeah, I bet you it is. Bet you it is Cowie. Okay, Marcus Borg back and Mr. Rob Armstrong, because Rob trying to hit that, what are we trying to say, the 580 or the Fitty class? What's he got on the side there? He's got RR on the side, which, I mean, nearly every one of our radial classes starts with R, but let's see if it's a 550 or a 580 Rob's trying to get here, and he's pretty good on the tree too, Rob, on the pro tree. All right, just holding things up as we just clear the bottom. And we don't want to send anyone down the track when we've still got someone coming around the bottom loop. So now it's all clear. All right, down the track, straight down there for Armstrong, 584 if he is chasing the 580. That's pretty stout. 687 for Marcus is an improvement. Oh, you ain't going to get me to talk over Gary Milgate ever. Tyler Borg beside him. So all you Ford fans out there, this run will be for you. There's some lungs out there from Gary Milgate trying to hit the 580 index. Tyler Borg beside him. He'll be trying to hit that 640 rumble index. That thing is on a tear. In fact, they're both on a tear. Tyler Borg, 649, chasing like a 640 index for rumble, and Gary Milgate, 584 in that Ruckus 580 class tomorrow. Will be sharp if he keeps up his performances like that. That is one spout. Aspo. XB. All right, Benny Taylor in the water there, looking for Harry Thwaite. He's come up on the entry here. Here he is. Harry coming out for another test hit in the Cortina. All right, Benny Taylor. We've got BBB Motorsports supporting the EJ. Harry Thwaite, he's got it all. Rum City Realty, Next Level Performance, KDS Precision Automotive, and the Bundaberg Drag Racing Club. Bundy boy. Out here to see what he can do. yeah, 588 for Harry Thwaite, 674 for Ben Taylor. All right, Jim McLaren back with a Viagra Holden. And look at this beautiful XB from Aaron Holland. Oh, Aaron, if he's trying to chase the Rumble 640, he's in the right place. 634, a little bit too quick. Jim McLaren, 686. All right, Dale Gridley back. Mason O'Neill beside him. So Mason, he'll be in the Rumble 640 class tomorrow. The BA Falcon against the old AP6 Valiant. Well, it's not quite a utility anymore. It's a van sort of deal. Big block, twin turbo on board on a 275. Tell you what, I didn't mind that. 122 in the 60 foot, 479 for Dale Gridley, getting that OG 275 car hooked up. 122 in the 60. It did bump in properly that time too. He did have a little issue with the bump on the previous test run and at the last Kenda. He still managed to get himself towards the pointy end, and that's why he's leading the OG 275 points chase at the moment for the Battle of the Belts. Mason O'Neill 668. Couple of tenths off where the 640 pointy end is in Rumble, but still achievable, raceable, winnable. All right, Aaron Kareem's here, the VK. Aussie Speed Dyno tuning on the back. Aussie Speed Dyno tuning. Got Adam Rogash out there on the start line. Tell you what, it was out on a mission, and then it did do a little bit of a pop there, whether it hit a boost cut or something, don't know. 573, 125 in the 60, 125 in the 60, 573 there for Aaron's. But yeah, that thing did have a little pop on the way through. Nothing else really to follow with that, so hopefully just a little boost cut or hit a safety or something. That's some of the terms to describe sometimes a little anomaly that creeps into the vehicle sometimes on a run that may not pop up again. All right, he is back. And he is chasing some OG 315, I think. Being Daniel Barrett, I think that's the class he's running in. Let me see if he's got it on the side window. Beautiful car. Barrett really getting the hang of this car now. So this will be interesting, Barrett and Dougie, because they're both in that OG 315 class. So both up here chasing points. Can't let your opponent, when you're in a points chase and your opponent's travelling, you're going to probably have to travel yourself. So Daniel Barrett honing in on trying to get some points up here for OG 315 tomorrow. It's a good sign that the VK is on its way back under its own steam. That's a very good sign. Oh, okay, just I mean, it came off the line pretty hard, went 5.50 to the 8th, but went 1.18 in the 60 foot. What we did see go above the roof line from the start line here was a sheet of flame, a vertical sheet of flame at the back of the bonnet. And for those that may or may not know about it, some of these cars do have burst panels, things like that. That's something you might see in a supercharged car, but yeah, turbocharged cars have got them as well. Somewhere on the manifold there is normally somewhere on the manifold on any of these boosted vehicles you can have, it's not mandatory, but it also helps save a lot of your engine parts, like your manifolds. If you did have an inlet manifold, especially when boosted, a burst panel. A burst panel is a little allocated area where you bolt in a little plate, and it's basically designed to relieve pressure. If you get a backfire or a pop, instead of blowing your manifold off, the burst panel will normally fracture and burst. And basically it's a controlled burst. It'll actually blow the panel out and relieve the pressure. I think that's just what happened to Barrett then. All right, not too long before I think we start to see our. This is our first pairing. 700 both sides here. This is, I think, first pairing of our Sugar Daddy Shootout. 733 and Daniel Cook. 700. All right. Reaction time a little bit better to the Falcon, getting towards the stripe. Don't go under 700. Oh, 707 the win. 707 to a 726. Daniel Cook. 707 beats a 726. This is the start of the Sugar Daddy Shootout, and Daniel Cook 707. Oh, she loves a good skid, our Charlie and our Jessie. So Jessie Lindner and Charlie Gregory now. We wouldn't believe it. You randomly put 16 Welsh plugs into a hat. You randomly draw them out. And who should draw each other out? Charlie Gregory, daughter of Aaron Gregory, and Jessie Lindner, daughter of Barney Lindner. Both ladies going in 700. Oh, Jessie. Oh, red light for Jessie. Red light for Jessie. So that's an instant win to Charlie Gregory. Charlie's going to try that number anyway. Oh, 704. Charlie Gregory 704, but Jessie just rocking around on the start line and then went -2 Cherry. Two really good lights before that, but then first round Cherry, and that is a win there for Charlie Gregory, 704. Okay. Luke Falconer and Jason Seng. So Sangy, we know this Tirana can go 550. It can go 550, Sangy's trying to slow it down to 700. Luke Falconer in the Falcon. How ironic that your name's Luke Falconer and you love a Falcon, you drive a Falcon. He's definitely a Falconer. So I don't know who's got the better advantage here. Sangy trying to slow it down to a 700 or Luke Falconer if he cuts a good light here. Okay, 046 there. Falcon is going to try and give it to Sangy. Sangy's got a better reaction time. He's got a better reaction time. Oh, 99 with a 9. 99 with a 9. Sangy loses. Sangy loses. 6.99 with a 9 breakout. Oh, he's gonna hate on himself. 7.03 for Falconer. So far the last three pairings have had a 7.0 in the lane. The winning run has been a 7.0, and Sangy goes 6.99 with a 9. You wouldn't believe it till you look at the time slip. 6.99 with a 9 lose, an 046 leave. He had the whole shot and everything. Mark Peachy and Matt Britnell now. Matt Britnell in the Falcon. Mark Peachy in the big Stato. Oh, he goes deep. Oh, red light. 051 for Britnell, red light for the Statesman. So round one, he's gone. Let's have a look at this, a 7.11. So all four winners so far have been 7.0 or a 7.1. so far. So this is, someone's going to win $8,000 tonight, and already look at these numbers coming up. The win there for Matt Britnell. All right, Craig Williams in this beautiful Mustang and that big Charger, all 4,476 pounds of Duncan McKenna. Migaloo is the name of the car. As you can see, the great big white whale. 700, the Sugar Daddy Shootout, thanks to Meals Queensland Concrete Pumping, the IDRP Group, and of course Joe Dirt, Bay City Concrete, and Haulage, and the entrance. Oh, clean green, I tell you what, it's up for grabs. This race is up for grabs right now. It's up for grabs. Careful, careful. Oh, Craig Williams comes back on Migaloo. 711, drives around him, 711 to a 726. 98 thousandths at the stripe. That's a tight race right there. So far, everyone's been in that low 7-second zone at the stripe. All right, Ryan Durant and Andy Coles. Ryan Durant, Andy Coles again, both cars. Ryan can go 580s. Andy can do the same thing, nearly 550s with the car. This is an LSA powered RX-8, of course. Okay, reaction time. He's out in front. He's trying to come back. He's trying to get back to him. Oh, what's happened at the end? Ryan was right off it, but the win to Durant, 737 beats a 762. Geez, he nearly come back around him. He was way off the throttle. The margin of victory at the stripe, 22 thousandths at the stripe. 22 thousandths. It was a tighter race at the finish line that we're willing to give credit for. Wow. All right, Brad Smith in the Centura. And the name's not coming up for our Cobra just yet. Entrant 7554. But he's in this shootout here tonight, the Sugar Daddy Shootout. They've tipped in 250 themselves. IDRP put in 1,000. Bay City Concrete and Haulage put in 1,000. And then, of course, Meals Queensland Concrete Pumping. Big shout out to you, Grantley, put in 2 to make this one hell of a great shootout on a Friday night. Carnage in the cane fields up here at Palmyra, and this is the Sugar Daddy Shootout round number 1. One more pairing in round 1. They'll be back for a chip draw very, very soon for round number 2. It is Joe Dirt in the Cobra. Yes, it is Joe Dirt in the Cobra. Oh, Brad Smith, 010. Brad Smith, 010 in the Centura. Goes to the stripe. He lifts off the throttle. 715's going to beat him. 715's going to beat him. It is Joe Dirt in his Cobra. I forgot Joe Dirt's got the Cobra. So Danny Mullane, he put in $1,000 through Bay City Concrete and Haulage. He put his money where his mouth is. Couldn't get the money back. The Cobra couldn't get him that time. 010 for Brad Smith. Light of the round so far. 010. One more pairing. Is it one more pairing? Hutton and Petrovic, 2 of the heaviest hitters in our 700 category anyway. So you wouldn't even believe this if you tried. You would not believe that they would have drawn each other out, but here they are, Petrovic and Troy Hutton, Ford versus Holden. Where's all our Ford fans? Plenty of Ford fans up this neck of the woods. Where's all our Holden fans? Here we go. Oh boy. Whoa, clean green, 110 for 110 for Petrovic, 205 for Hutton. No one's on the brakes. No one's going to the stripe. They go to the stripe. Oh, 705 beats a 697. 705 for Petrovic, 697. Too quick for Hutton. 15 thousandths at the stripe. 15 thousandths of a second at the stripe, folks. We've had 22 thousandths at the stripe. We've got 15 thousandths at the stripe to finish that first round of the Sugar Daddy Shootout, and nearly every single car that won then was in that low 7-0, 7-1 zone right there. So what happens, as we already said, if someone in the next 2 rounds of racing goes, if they both go 6s, they're both gone. The only time that we will take a side-by-side 6-second run will be the final, and it'll be the closest to 700. That would be the winner then. So you'll have to really size up your opponent for the final round to see whether or not you can afford to go under that 700 or not. If you want to stay on the clean side of 700, we suggest you cut a better light. Some great hole shots in that round. 0-1-0, that last one there was a cracker. 0-1-0. The Centura cut an O as well. So give them a round of applause as they come back in round one of the Sugar Daddy Shootout. We're going to go back and do a chip draw very, very soon. More testing to come. But, yeah, we'll go back to the chip draw at the Kenda tent in the next couple of minutes and draw from 16. We got 8, so 4 more pairings to determine the next round. We'll go down and grab that info right now. Hey, also don't forget that whether someone's walking around selling raffle tickets or if you want to go to the Kenda tent, there's 5 great prizes that'll be drawn tomorrow night before we go to our finals in Kenda. Now, there's 5 different prizes. Now, this is a great opportunity. We're raising funds. We're really helping the racing community out. These great raffles. Check this out. Prize number 1 is a Pro 1 Race Parts helmet donated from JDT Earthworks and Concreting. Prize number 2 is a Pro 1 Race Parts harness from Brett's Mobile Mechanics. Prize 3 is race gloves and a stubby cooler from Brett's Mobile Mechanics. Prize 4 is a disconnect switch from Quick Car Racing Products donated from JDT Earthworks and Concreting. And number 5 is a pre-wired switch panel. Hey, actually, I need that. Quick Car Racing Products donated from JDT Earthworks and Concreting. I think there are 5 tickets for $5. You've got to be in it to win it. Grab those great raffle tickets from the Kenda tent. I've already got a whole bunch of them. Ray Gross and Ron Howard. This thing of Howard's is an absolute beast. Bump City, baby! Tell you what, the big 55 doesn't mind. 5.69, thank you very much. And this time, Ronnie Howard, that XP, just too wild. Just too wild. So the next chip draw down at the Kenda tent, ASAP, all winners to the chip draw, I'll try to get down there and grab that before it's too late. I'll try and get down to the chip draw. I do want to call the Commodore of Jaden Seng before I do that. So hopefully the next pairing, Ben Casey now and Damien Johns. Damien cracking a fair few runs out of the HQ here today. Ben Casey beside him, beautiful Capri. Casey's Mitre 10 Proserpine. Beautiful cars, immaculately presented. Great to be part of our Kenda Northern Swing. Back to Palmyra here. Capri does not muck around. 600 for Ben Casey. Comes out of the hole 139 in the 60 foot. And an absolute rocket ship down the track, 600. Damien Johns left way too early. Because yes, once you're into stage, there is that slight delay on the Pro tree. It is different to different timing systems. The CompuLink timing system at Willowbank Raceway has a slightly different delay from when the bottom bulb's lit. The second bottom bulb is lit. That slight delay is sometimes hard to pick or anticipate, so you just got to wait till you see it. All right, I'll call this one before we go down to the chip draw for round 2. Round 2 chip draw to the Kenda tent as soon as we can, please, as soon as we can. And even if I get down there and it's already sorted, I'll at least have the numbers or the names for the next pairings. Jaden Seng out for another run. May have seen Scott Cortina now towing back out for another run shortly, but Cortina went 4.79 on the previous test hit down while we were doing the chip draw. But Jaden knows that there's definitely capabilities to get this thing into the 460s, maybe even the 50s here at Palmyra, which would be PBs up here for them, I think. Car has gone 430. It's got a lot of power, this LS, when they want to bring the power in. Tell you what, she's spinning the tyre on the way down. There's 4:55, ladies and gentlemen. 4:55 at Palmyra, 164 mile an hour, 117 in the 60, 117 in the 60. A great run there for Jaden Sang. Great run on 235s. All right, we're going to see if we can sort this chip draw in here. Okay.
We'll check the names again.
Chip draw number 2. All right. Roll call. Luke, you here, Luke? Where's Luke? Luke, can you please get down here? Brad Smith. Brad's here. Maddie Britnell. Britnell's here.
Craig Williams.
Craig Williams here. Yep.
Dan.
Daniel Cook here. Daniel Cook, did I hear it? Cook, you here somewhere? Ryan Durant.
Here.
Yeah, Ryan's here. Phil Petrovic, Phil's here.
And
Daniel Cook, hey? Charlie's here. Jeez, how did that all work out for you? That was pretty awesome. So we're just looking for Luke. Here's Luke. Okay. So we've got Luke. So what's that? Eight Welsh plugs? Yep. Come and get your Welsh plugs for round 2, people. Hey, first of all, congratulations on round 1. Now that all the nerves are gone, well, they're not gone, have they? I mean, it's only $8,000, so no nerves. Now, hopefully, there should be no Welsh plugs left. Let me check. Oh, that's good. The system worked again. Okay, we've got our pad and paper ready. Hang on a sec. Round 2. Welsh plug number 1. Who's got number 1 Welsh plug? Oh, these two. All right. Who's got right? Maddie Britnell. One left. Brad Smith. One right. Okay, we got Joe Dirt coming up to sell more tickets in the raffle, the helmet and a few other things. So get your tickets. $5 a ticket. $5 for 5 tickets, isn't it? $1 a ticket. The best buy is $10 for 10 tickets. That's a good deal, isn't it? So if you want some tickets in the raffle, Joe Dirt's up walking through the crowd. Great prizes here if you want to come down and see what the prizes are. All right, who's got number 2 Welsh plug? Number 2? Oh, look at these two. Phil? What do you got, Phil? Okay, Phil's got 2 right. And what was your name again? Daniel.
Daniel's got 2 left.
Daniel's got 2 left. Phil and Daniel.
Just the same again, we'll meet the back of the lanes, the back of those.
Okay, so you know each other. Okay, number 3, Welsh Plug. Okay, Charlie. Oh, Charlie and Ryan. Okay, number 3, Welsh Plug. What's Charlie got? Which lane? Oh, what's Ryan got?
3 left.
3 left. Charlie, 3 right. Number 4, Welsh Plug. Number 4, here we go. Oh, look at these two. They're already collaborating, are they? Hang on. Which one was yours? Right. Number right. Craig is right. And you're left. We got the names? Yep. Craig and Luke got the left lanes. So down to 8 or 4 pairs, get to the lanes, and we'll get you out there very, very soon.
Brought to you by Meals.
Yeah, that's all. We thank of course, Meals, IDRP, and Bay City Concrete and Haulage, and all of the entrants that have put in for the Sugar Daddy Shootout. All right, get your cars to the lanes, and we'll go again when you're all ready. So good luck. No stress. Just go there and run what you run in round 1. That's easy, right? Oh my goodness, here he is. Here he is. Here he is. He went into the wall last night. Randall Laurie, Mr. Nuts, had an incident where he put the beautiful Tirana into the wall, and they've worked overnight to fix it, and here they are, back here to be part of Kenda, Mr. Nuts. All right, yes, look at all the racing tape. There's probably about 20 miles of racing tape on the front, but it's all back together. Mr. Nuts, LC Tirana on a 235. Tell you what a comeback for Mr. Nuts, 468. He is back after putting that into the wall last night, 468. Is he still on the 235 tyre as well? Because that's a hell of a number on a 235 if he's on the 235. He did run the 235 tyre at the last round of Kenda and got it into the 4-second zone pretty quickly, but how's that? 468 for Mr. Nuts. Randall Laurie, from Toowoomba. Yeah, nasty incident, put it into the wall. I thought, oh my God, he's come all the way up. What's going to happen? He's binned it. Some people will just put that on the trailer and just go home with their tail between their legs. But no, they got into it. They fixed it all up. They got the thing back out here, and what a run. 468 for Mr. Nuts. And now, here we go. The Gazzard brothers, another one from Toowoomba on the 235 tyre, ran a 470 in the last run. He's trying out the left-hand lane. Now, a lot of people in the bigger cars are trying the right-hand lane. The Gazzards are going down the left to see whether they can get a run down the left-hand lane that's going to stick. Because there is a little theory out there that there might just be one or two random little bumps in that lane that we've heard about. That there is knowledge about people going down that lane. Sometimes depends on where you are in the lane, you might not get it. Other parts of the lane you might, but they're going to go down this left lane to see. They're not scared, the Gazzards, of trying to get down the lane that everyone doesn't want to go down. But you can't just win drag races like these guys have won. They've won a lot of money in this car over the years in different combos. Pro Charge 481X. Just mixing up this. Look at that, 492 getting down that lane. Whole lot of power management going on there, mixing up the cylinders as well. That centrifugally supercharged Proline in that HG gets down on a 235 tyre, 124 to the 60 foot. And you can hear it sort of carrying on all sorts of different power management strategies on the way down, mixing them up, trying to control that little 235 tyre, and still gets into the fours down that lane. So our next pairings for the Sugar Daddy Shootout are locked in and will be coming out shortly. 8 cars left. 8 cars for $8 grand. There'll be 4 cars after this. He is back. Hot Rod Williams going to get quite a few runs down in the XM. He's trying to hone in on the 525 ET because he's in the K525 radial class tomorrow. Cody Steindl, I'm just having a look to see if I can get off the side of the car what class he's in tomorrow, whether he's in OG 275 or not. I can see OL 275 on the window, so maybe he's going to make up an Outlaw 275 class tomorrow. Very, very stout VH Commodore. Got some pretty ominous names on the back. Performance Parts Plus, Aegis Performance and Spot On Performance. So plenty of good names on that car. Rod Williams, of course, put this twin turbo Windsor together. He's normally been off they go down the track. Hot Rod goes 561 and a 513 for Cody. 513, 121 in the 60 foot. Rodney Williams 135 in the 60 foot, 561. Trying to hone in on that 525. Honing in on that 525. So great pairings there from those guys. But as I said, Hot Rod can get right down into that 520 zone. And for Cody to get down into that that line. Oh, you're doing a little bit of a Control-Alt-Delete, are we? Have you tried turning it off and turning it back? Is that what we're doing, isn't it? All right. Thank you, IT department. That's great. That's great. The IT department doing a little timing system freeze just for a moment before we get them back underway. Plenty of runs, let me tell you. We've got to thank all of our great sponsors that are helping us out. I'll tell you what, big thank out to Platz's as well. Reese and Kia. Platz's have been getting some great flyers out around town, promoting Carnage in the Cane Fields coming back to Palmyra. It's good that they got some great flyers out around the place. Big shout out to Platz's. Reese, I think, will be racing tomorrow here as well. He's got some great prizes that he normally also helps us with too. Got some minor awards like tomorrow, Platz's Auto Electrics, Best Reaction Time and Racing tomorrow. So we do have a couple of what we call the minor awards that we have here at Kenda. So we have a Hard Luck Award thanks to Six Boost. Power Management Solutions, thank you, the Rockies here today. Best Power Wheelie, that's $500. Diverse Project Group, thank you, Lorenzo. Announcer's Choice, $500 for yours truly to pick my favourite vehicle. Bolt King, thank you. King of Bling. So that's going to be another hard award to try and adjudicate on. There's that much quality stuff here. Like, honestly, there's a lot of cars worthy of King of the Bling. So we've got to try and find out who wins $500 for King of Bling. Out there, have a look at what we've got. Some immaculate stuff. As we said, Platz's Auto Electrics, Reese, thank you. Best Reaction Time and Racing, $300. Dynamic Performance Industries, thank you. Most Impressive Newcomer, $300 for that. Tom's Towing and Transport, Furthest Travelled, $300. I don't know how we work out. Never can work out the furthest travelled. We've just, I suppose, if you want to argue whether or not, here's a good idea to try and work it out. If you want to argue as to who's got the furthest travelled, as long as we can verify your address, we all put it into Google Maps, don't we? And that will tell us who's got the most amount of time or kilometres to probably to get home. So that might be one way to adjudicate as to who is the furthest travel. Now remember, it could be someone from Brisbane. I mean, it could be someone more southern than Brisbane or more northern than Mackay. I'll have to work out, again, my geography, I can't really tell you, whether or not someone from the far north might be just as eligible as someone from southeast Queensland. But hey, Tom's Towing and Transport, furthest travel will be $300 tomorrow. Of course, our great categories throughout for tomorrow. Outlaw 275, thanks to Spot On Performance and Fabrication and RCE Metalcraft. So big shout out to Chappie. I think he's at the Casino Truck Show this weekend with his new tow rig for his Big Pat Musi powered Camaro. So RCE Metalcraft. Of course, Spot On Performance and Fabrication. They are dead set here in the pits, of course. Supporting every Kenda. So the Outlaw 275 pot tomorrow is the winner $3,000, the runner-up $1,500. Outlaw 235 tomorrow, thanks to Haltech, winner $1,500, runner-up $500. OG 315, thanks to RLC Engine Reconditioning and Kaz Industries, the winner of that will win $2,000, runner-up $1,000. OG 275, thank you to BRP Racing Transmission Coolers, winner $2,000, runner-up $1,000. Your Plumbing Solutions, thank you, Benny, for the K525 winner and runner-up. That's $1,500, the win, $750, the runner-up. As Mr. Nuts comes back after that great 460 run. Talk about rise from the ashes. Talk about having big setbacks last night, putting it in the wall, but then to come back and run that 460 here in front of this real appreciative crowd. It's good to see Mr. Nuts coming back to the pits. Our Renegade 550 class, thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. You just can't get one. 1,000 the win, runner-up 500. Our Radial Ruckus class, the 580 class, thanks to Spool Imports, pays 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. The Radial Rumble class, thanks to Woodham Petroleum, the 640 class, a winner is 1,000, the runner-up is 500. And check this out, 60-foot ink, even our Rebel 700 tomorrow, the winner is 1,000, runner-up is 500. There's a fair few bucks getting thrown around here at Kenda as usual. As we said, $8,000 to someone tonight to run a 7.0 car. And when we have a look at what's left there, we've got quite a few cars that are comfortable at the 7.0 mark and a couple that are still a little too towy for 700 but are still in with the fight. Will the next round equalise things, or will it just show that you can be a gun? Just got to hit that tree harder than your opponent and just judge that finish line. But hey, ask Jason Seng what that feels like when he thought he did that. He said he gave the Tirana one more blip of the throttle. He was in front. He said he was in front. He gave the Tirana one more blip of the throttle, and guess what happened? He went 699 with a 9. He said, I shouldn't have blipped. I said that would have been a 703 without the blip. Sengi. All right, back underway after a little timing system reset. Brian Brennan back just wearing out the HJ Ute. Toby Green beside him, that Falcon. Big wheelie before. Does it again. Toby Green, 039 off the Pro Tree. Hits the stripe, 637. If he's trying to play the rumble game, 640. He's so close. We've got a belt off the car. Maybe, was it Brian Brennan? Got a belt handed in on the start line here. And I don't mean the one that goes around your waist. That's a big serpentine belt, probably off Brian's by the look of it. That thing might be running hot. The alternator light might be coming on. We've got all the solutions right here. Yeah, thanks for that, Boise. Obviously, Brad's been sniping me from the outside there, and someone's doing the screenshots from the overtaking lane and sending me the messages. Thank you, boys. Thanks for the excessive coverage. Jim McLaren and Marcus Borg back, taking it. Whoa, got plenty of poke there, doesn't it, Jimmy McLaren? The license plate Viagra. 701 for Mark. Oh, Marcus. Marcus would have been a cracker in that Sugar Daddy shootout tonight. 701. 701. Well, he has. You have to tip in 250 to be part of that shootout. So I think he's just playing the long game. Marcus might want to clean them all up tomorrow. At least try and win a K in the Rebel 700 class tomorrow. Let's see. Gary Posbazek is now out there in the little Mazda. And it is Rob Armstrong. Yeah, this thing. Again, it's. I don't like saying if it's someone else's car previously, but I know Jamie Kitching had a beautiful little Mazda 1000 with a little turbo 5.3 LS in it. I can't help but think that Gary Posbazek, either he had the same idea as Gary or he has bought it. Wouldn't it be funny? Well, it was Jamie Kitching, now Gary Posbazek. Bump City, anyway, bit of Bump City. Trying to bump it in. Oh, I didn't want to bump it, didn't want to bump. Oh, he knocks the tyres over there. Might have broken something, Armstrong. It did sort of unload off the leaf. Whether it's something in the transmission, I don't know. Yeah, so Gary getting pushed back there. He might have another. He can have another crack here. I just don't know whether. I mean, Rob might have felt like he's done something driveline related, whether it was input shaft. I don't see anything punched out on the line. Like it hasn't broken the diff center or anything, but whatever it was, he felt it let go. So he's just decided to err on the side of caution instead of trying to drive the thing or do whatever. It's definitely lost drive. Normally reliable car, but hey, also too, Rob does absolutely pound this hatchback. God knows how many runs a year he does with this car. He did All-Stars drag and drive with this car a couple of weeks ago. So I've been driving it on the roads, running plenty of big numbers over the quarter and the 8th with it at Willowbank and Warwick. Also was the best reaction time to driver over the 3 days, pretty much, Rob Armstrong with that car. So he knows how to cut the tree, knows how to cut a pro tree. But yeah, that's a shame. The old Tirana, time for a bit of a patch-up, trying to be a bit of a fix. So keep your ears peeled if someone can help, or you think you can go and just check with Rob and see what he needs if you reckon you can help. Offer a little bit of that, that North Queensland hospitality. Can help help one of our Southern Queensland brothers out. That'll be greatly appreciated. If Rob needs a hand or something, it'd be nice if we could get that Tirana fixed for tomorrow. All right. right, he's back. So the bump didn't quite work. So he might just put it in the stage and see how we go from there. Just to get a run. Here we go. Now this thing, with its previous history, can smack right on 580s there. Look at that, 583 on that 580 index. So that thing of Gary's is well and truly a proven performer in that 580 category. So just got to get that bumping in, because you know tomorrow, folks, Heads Up Pro Tree. Yes, you'll have 3 chances in qualifying to get your staging right. But when it comes to racing, 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout tomorrow night will mean you need to be nearly perfect as far as staging the car. You need to be able to bump that car in at the right time. We won't be cutting you any slack when it comes to staging with these cars tomorrow. The Heads Up Pro Tree, it's a hard discipline for some. You'll appreciate what I mean when we go racing tomorrow, just how much sometimes you take for granted that staging procedure. You think it's the easiest part of the whole run is to get the thing into stage. Well, when you're in the heat of competition, sometimes it's easier said than done. Danny Lansdowne's done it more than enough times to know how to do it. Whoa, I'll tell you, it came out. It meant business, but it didn't even get to the 60 without knocking the 275 off. It went 136 in the 60, but it already hassled the 275 tyre just too much. And that was it for that run anyway, Danny. All right, Damien Johns and Duncan McKenna. Duncan fresh from a round 1. Round 1 shot. He had a round 1 shot at it at the Sugar Daddy Shootout, but here he is now honing in for Rumble tomorrow, the 640 class, so we can let Migaloo eat a little harder now. Damien Johns trying to crack into the 7s over the 8th with this beautiful HQ. Just gets him a little tighter towards the Rebel 700 class. .165 in the 60 foot, hasn't got the nitrous on. He doesn't need the nitrous for this class. You could have a little tiny spray. 693, not too bad. Trying to hit the 640 tomorrow for Migaloo. And not so lucky that time. But a little bit of spray goes a long way with that car, let me tell you. There's a big difference between running a 690 and a 640 with spray. The thing's 526 cubic inches. So any spray on that thing, it's making a very lazy 250 plus just on one kit, extra horsepower. Big heavy car, as we said, could probably handle easy, as you can see. And that thing's 2/10 off its best 60 of 140 it ran last weekend at Mopar Sunday. All right, Sangi's in the water again. No more trying to run the 700. He tried that. He just had one too many blips. He had the whole shot and everything. That is a time slip you either hold on to or you burn when you have a look at it. 699 with a 9 breakout loss on the 700 with his shot at the Sugar Daddy Shootout. Jordan Sleeman back on the start line here. The beautiful HZ Tunner with the tray on the back. Plenty of rubber underneath it. It's an immaculate HZ LS on board. Jason Seng also got the LS on board. The Tirana got the nitrous oxide on it. Trying to hit the 550 Renegade time. He's another one that's chasing the points down at the moment. That's why he's here. All right, let's have a look at the number at the stripe now. There we go, 556. He's back in the saddle. 651 for Jordan Sleeman. Oh, that's not too bad for a Rumble 640 tomorrow, if indeed that's his class. 556 for Jason Seng on that Renegade 550 mark. So hitting the times nice and close. Oh, it's making all the right noises out there, Aaron Holland. That's very healthy XB. got some healthy Fords in the place. Matty Walsh, twin turbo Windsor on board the Mustang. So yeah, Ford fans. All the way to the stride there, 5:39. He's just getting quicker and quicker. Matty Walsh quicker again, 5:39, 134, 6:35 for Aaron. The XB trying to hit the 6:40 mark. That's not too bad. He can take a bit of shift RPM out of that just to slow it down a little bit to go 6:40 tomorrow. All right, so after this pairing, it's round 2 of the Sugar Daddy Shootout. All right, Graham Sutter, the Crankin Commodore got the spray on board as well. Did a decent wheelie last run. Let's have a look here. This thing is wild. License plate Crankin. It's in the Ruckus class tomorrow, which is the 580 class. See what he does here testing tonight. It goes 011 off the tree and a 584 trying to hit the 580 index. So that's got a whole lot of good things in the one run. An 011 off the pro tree, a 129 60 foot and a 584. Here comes the Wags back after a taste of awesome before it knocked the tyre off it again. You just don't get a VL wagon any sexier than that. Mind you, Anna Povey, of course, has got the Duramax powered one. Of course, You're Kiddin' just been unveiled at Summernats this year. Guess what workshop it came out of? That's right, it came out of Spot On's workshop, didn't it? So, 2 of the toughest, meanest, lowest VL wagons in the world out of the one workshop, Spot On Performance. And I think Anna next year's going to run some Kenda with that Duramax diesel powered VL wagon. Big shout out to Anna and Lee. I think you're still on holidays, aren't you? I think you're in Thailand. Big shout out to you watching on the live stream. I'm sure you are. Massive FOMO getting experienced by a lot of people in the Kenda family. All right, here we go. The next round. Brad Smith, Matt Britnell. Sugar Daddy Shootout. This matters. 700, 700. Centura against Falcon. 700. Can't go any quicker than a 700 right now. 8 cars left in this shootout. $8,000 the prize at the end of the night. Clean green, 047, 066. Britnell, 066, 047 for Brad Smith. Here comes the stripe. An 07 to an 03. An 03 for Brad Smith. 63 thousandths at the stripe. 047 to an 066. And at the stripe, 703 beats a 707. Someone's going to deserve that $8,000 tonight. Could be Britnell, I don't know. That's a great run from Britnell. And beside him too, Craig, what a pass now. Daniel Cook and Phil Petrovic, we continue on. We'll get the chip draw again after these 4 pairings. Petrovic, Daniel Cook, both in the bottom 7 second zone. Ford versus Holden now. We went deep, 043 to an 065. These reaction times on 700 cars. Here comes the stripe. 99. 716 to a 699, the win for Daniel Cook. Petrovic too quick, 699 on a 700, 043 to an 065. So Daniel Cook the whole shot, 143 at the stripe, couldn't back it off there, Phil, probably couldn't keep ahead of him. Daniel Cook, that little tiny whole shot made the difference. All right, Charlie Gregory in the water, Ryan Durant. Now remember, Charlie can go smack down on that 7.0, but Ryan Durant can run 580s in the Tirana. So Ryan's the one that's got to cut the whole shot on Charlie here. So yeah, this is one of these races that you think, you know what, how long can the quick cars hold out against the cars that can run smack on the 700? All right, here we go. Oh, reaction time, 0.72 for Charlie Gregory. So Ryan Durant's out there, but Charlie had the whole shot. Ryan Durant, he goes 7.10, can't get him, 7.13, 49 thousandths at the stripe, 0.72. Ryan Durant had, he came out really hard on Charlie, but it was a little bit of an artificial feeling because, I mean, he got absolutely, well, I wouldn't say absolutely whole shot, a 1.53 light to an 0.72 light, but Charlie had the whole shot. She took the advantage back over. Ryan tried to slow down and he missed it. Right at the end, he missed it. So Ryan Durant, one of our last quick cars in the last 8. Craig Williams now and Luke Falconer. Now Luke Falconer had that race against Singy there with a 6.99 with a 9. He's back in. Craig Williams not to be underestimated here. God, it's going to be a tight chip draw for the next 4, I can tell you. Big shout out to Seth watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Little 10-year-old Seth watching the Kenda 660 down there in Sydney. Big shout out to you, Seth. Falconer and Williams now, Ford on Ford. Last pairing of the second round. Oh, he's gone early. He's gone too early. He couldn't hold on to it. Now Craig Williams, because of the red light, it should be all his. Should be all his. The red light means automatic disqualification, which means a 7.17 is enough. 7.17 is enough. Luke Falconer bows out in the second round, left before the third amber, and he is gone. Craig Williams, he's still in it. Charlie Gregory's still in it. There's some great pairings. Who knows what the next trip draw is going to bring. We've got a little bit of track prep happening now just to get ourselves sorted for the next round of Sugar Daddy Shootout. We are scheduled to run through to just near 10 o'clock tonight, so we've got a little bit of prep to happen. Paulie, just another drag strip for Paulie. Great preparation for next week, Paulie. Yeah, again. Let's do it all again in a week. Why not? Let's do it all again in a week. Of course, Jamboree next weekend at Willowbank Raceway, one of the biggest events on the Australian drag racing calendar. Let me tell you, that is off the planet, that event, and it's going to be a huge one. So how about that? 2 massive events in 7 days. Our Kenda 660 here up in the cane fields of Palmyra and Willowbank Raceway next weekend for the big Jambo of the year, Jamboree. If you've never been to one, get to it. I know we got lots of friends and family coming from all over to be there, and it's going to be a big one. Take it all in, and yeah, massive couple of weeks in the sport. Even had the road trip here last weekend. Was it last weekend, I think? We had Mopar Sunday, the All Forward Day a couple of weeks earlier. We had the All Stars Drag and Drive. It just continues to startle us just about how much quality racing we've got in this country, and so much more to come. No matter what the rest of the world is doing, we're certainly doing what we want to do down under here. We've got a great series of promoters, of course, like Justin, the IDRP group, and all the great sponsors that help him out. Jambo, of course, been going for so many years. It's an absolutely iconic event, and one not to be missed. Again, will be on the live stream, thanks to Overtaking Lane here through YouTube for, I think, even next Friday. So 7 days from now, yours truly will be calling all of the Friday afternoon and evening action, including some of our great matchups. There's a few match races happening next Friday night as well, so it's going to be off its head. Right now, a little tiny bit of track prep. Seeing Paulie walking up and down the lane means that I would say the Kraken's coming back out for another run. So Simon O'Carroll trying to whittle down the performances, trying to keep all his opponents at bay, really wanting to stamp his mark on the Outlaw 275 category in this country by going after it big time. Sea Rotor, Noonan 5-speed are all on a 275. So chip draw is happening back at the tent, and I'll go down and check that out while we're doing this track prep. Don't forget, grab those raffle tickets. We've got the raffle tickets down at the Kenda tent. We've got Joe Dirt walking around selling the tickets. It's 5 for $5. There's prizes like a Pro 1 race parts helmet, Pro 1 race parts harness, race gloves, stubby cooler, disconnect switch, pre-wired switch panel. I've got my tickets already. I've already bought $10 worth of tickets. Grab those great raffle tickets down at the Kenda tent. You'll see the prizes down there on display. Grab the Kenda hoodies and all the great merchandise as well. Grab yourself something from the Boosted Barbecue. I know I've been frothing for that the last couple of walks down there. I think I won't be able to pass that one without grabbing It's up there out of the Boosted Barbecue area. All of our great food traders here as well. And the bar, of course, is pumping. Thanks to the club here. I think it's time for another Bundy and a chip draw. All right, chip draw coming up. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. So what's that, 4 left? Sugar Daddy Shootout competitors that are still in. There's 4 of you. Charlie, Dan, Brad and Craig. So Craig, Charlie, Dan and Brad, please. Do the Kenda tent, we'll do that draw. Get yourself a bit of Boosted Barbecue. I'm frothing for Boosted Barbecue. Okay, chip draw time. Chip draw. Who's still in it? Who's still in it? Okay, what do we got? You're still in it. You're still in it. Charlie, she's here. You're still in it. Hello, everyone. Charlie, are you here somewhere, Charlie? Because we need... So that's all we're waiting for. So we've got Craig here. We got Charlie, not yet. We got Dan. And Brad. Dan, Brad, Craig. Just waiting for the lady. Charlie, waiting for Charlie back at the Kenda tent to do the chip draw. I suppose we could randomly just... No, we've got to wait. We've got to wait. We're trying to run a legit operation here. We've got to make sure everyone's here. So we got the 4 of you. Oh, do you want me to hold it? Grumsy can hold it. Grumsy's the official bag. You're going to hold that. The hat holder. Okay, where's our 4 Sugar Daddy Shootout that's left? Come and get your Welsh plug. All right, here we go. Last 4. Okay, the last 4. Semi-final time. Remember about the whole can't runner 6-0, all right? You got to still keep it in the 7s, remember. Finals might be different, but remember, even this round, you can't. Or else, imagine that. Imagine one person, everyone runs a 6 except one person. Okay, who's got the number 1? Who's got the number 1s? Come on up with the number 1s. Okay.
One left.
What's Charlie?
Right.
Charlie, number 1, right lane. Brad, number 1, left lane. There you go, shake hands. There we go. Semi-final, and that means it must be you 2 gentlemen. That's Craig and Dan, is that right? So Craig is right lane, Dan is left lane. All right. Give the chippies back. Shake hands. All small. We're all small. Just...
All right, we'll say 7:15 in the back of the staging line.
Okay, there we go. 7:15 for semi-finals. Some need some time, some need less, some want to go now. All right. No, he's waiting on batteries. Okay. Ooh. Oh, he's got it for me. So there we go. Hey? I got boosted barbecue. I don't know what I got yet. It's a secret. I just sort of snuck out the back and said, what are your vegan options? He told me to get out.
You didn't say vegan.
I did, but he knew I was joking. So there we go. That's our next 2 pairings. That's the semi-final. We thank Meals, Concrete Pumping Queensland, Bay City, Concrete and Haulage, IDRP Group and all of our competitors for making this Friday night Sugar Daddy Shootout an $8,000 shootout for a 700 car. So we're just doing a bit of track prep. Cracker wouldn't be too far away. A few other guys look like they're still going to test. We are testing till 10 tonight. Thank you. Great cap from Meals. I'll wear that straight away. Fits me like a glove. G'day, Buds. Thank you. What a catch. Oh, I tell you what. The boosted barbecue going off. All right, attention to the pits. We got good news and bad news. The good news is we've still got tickets in these raffles. The bad news is we've run out of tickets in some of the books. So if you want to grab your raffle tickets, the only way you can grab them is down at the Kenda tent. So if you still want tickets in those raffles, you can see what the prizes are there at the table. Those great prizes drawn tomorrow. And tickets for tomorrow as well. So grab your great food while you can, folks. Thought we just heard the Kraken fire up, but then didn't. So yeah, more testing here tonight. Chip draw's already done. Chip draw already done for the semis. Boosted barbecue all loaded up. Bundy just to lubricate the cogs and the gears. All right, cranking this Hemi up. This is C rotor screw blowing Hemi on a 275. Simon O'Carroll in the Kraken. And have another go. We've just done some prep on this lane. We're going to see what he can do this time. As we said last round, came out pretty hard, 109 in the 60. And then way down. Knocked the tyre off it. Nothing. No, it's only 3,000. You're only trying to get 3,000 to 5,000 horsepower down. It's easy, right? Not. So just going through a few little things here, fired it up, but they're knocking it through. They're checking out the gears. You can hear all the little air solenoids and everything going on. And trying to get this thing running. All right, well, we're all pumped and ready, but yeah, they're just going through a couple of things on the old Kraken. Now, normally, vehicle like that, you can see how many runs they've done in the car over the year. So it's got quite a few different systems on the car, as we said. I mean, it is a C-rotor, screw blow and Noonan Hemi, lock-up converter, 5-speed and everything like that. But just a couple of little system issues at the moment, which is it fired up perfectly before. Now, something must have just, maybe it's in the gearbox, we don't know. They're going through a few little checks. Oh, just trying to shift something with the shifting. So they're just trying to sort that out, whether or not that just might need a little tow back to the pits to sort out, or whether they can just sort it out now. As we said, the prep has been put down this time of night, obviously, for every competitor, but normally when cars like the Kraken are just about to turn up, it's normally no coincidence that the prep has just been done, which gives the car the ultimate conditions to be able to get the next tune-up or combo put in. So a big shout out to everyone that's watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, wherever you might be. People give me a fire up in there. There we go. So wires come off a switch. Well, that can't be good. Wire coming off a switch there apparently is what the word is. A big shout out to Marky Allen. Now, Marky, of course, he'll be doing a lot at Radial Ride. I'll be having to do this one hand solo myself here tomorrow for all our different seated rounds. But a big shout out watching here on a Friday night, wherever you might be around the country. And big shout out to Marky and everyone else watching on the stream. Ben Blecken, Chris Nitro, everyone. Big shout outs to you. We are still testing till 10 tonight. The Sugar Daddy Shootout. We are down to 4 cars. One girl still in there. Charlie Gregory in there. 3 other guys in there. That coming up. You would think by now we've nearly got him in the lanes ready to come and run that semi-final. As we said, we're still not taking side-by-side 6-second double breakouts. We still want to see you in the 7s in the final. Who knows what happens in the final for 8K. So one more chip draw to do. Well, what have we got? 4. So literally, we won't need the chip draw, will we? We won't need the chip draw after this. It'll just be the winner of each of this pair to be in the final, which will be a little bit later on here tonight. But, yeah, so yeah, it's good to see Marky Allen sitting down to have dinner and got the live stream on. So isn't it funny? What a coincidence, Mark. You're sitting down to have dinner. I'm standing up to have dinner. I've got the boosted barbecue here with the big chunky bits of billet brisket and some loaded fries, and it's just fantastic. So I'm going to try and hook that in. Hopefully they're just getting this little switch sorted up, and the Kraken will be fired up here real soon. All right, we're back. Whatever the issue was, obviously now solved. Gear selection issue or whatever. So you heard him fire up, but then the thing wouldn't go into gear, I think. That would be what the problem was. A little switch, lost a wire off it. This crack team, I tell you what, Simon O'Carroll has assembled the crack. What a cracking team it is. All right, he's gonna clear the throat of the big Noonan in a sec here. Okay, here we go. He's had the track prep. Let's see what the Kraken can do on this run. Okay. Came out of the hole 109 again to the 60, 109.9. It was going through the paces as it came out. 109 in the 60, 321 to 330, but by then I think it was still trying to keep the tyre glued, trying to keep the tyre from spinning, but you can hear all of that sort of management that happens in that first 60 to 100 foot with that car as it tries to keep the tyre glued. So then you can send the rest of the power out the back, but it just didn't want to work that time. Could not transition from moving the car from a 109 60 foot to get to the point where it's past that tricky spot. The wheel speed's right, the ground speed is right, then everything else can happen, locking up the converter and sending the rest of the RPM and horsepower to the back. Going through that 5-speed gearbox didn't quite work that time. That's what testing's all about. All right, Cody Turner. I think Matty Age is coming in. Might be Cody by himself. You just never know sometimes when you hear these cars whether it's knocking the tyre off or breaking something. It looks like it just knocked the tyre off that time. That big boosted Barra not happy on the leave, hassling the tyres off the back of Cody Turner's car that time. All right, here he is. One of Northern Queensland's toughest OG 275 representatives. Matty Ages, the VL. Comes off the line pretty damn hard, but knocks the tyre off it. He's decided to bring it back. Whether or not he can put it right beside the other tyre marks, or whether he's just going to come back and have another crack later, or he's going to have another crack right now. Let's see. Go for a quick look out the front to make sure it hasn't dropped anything. I think they want to have another crack at that. All right, the indications are that it hasn't really left anything there other than just spun the tyre. So we're going to just see if we can put Aegis back in, have another crack at it. Of course, we don't do this tomorrow. If you zing the tyre, you zing the tyre. Tonight we're testing. We are semi-lenient when it comes to giving another go at it. Now, too cranky or just right? Whoa! It did start to walk the tyre, started to walk out on the tyre, and then it did just knock it loose. Nearly paid off. And it's actually all the runs that nearly happen that makes you appreciate it when it does happen properly. That's one thing about radial racing. You might see the odd tyre spin on a run, but when they all work, it's nothing better. Here's the guy I always say that if Queensland had a radial team and I was a selector, I would put this guy in the Renegade team, Ash Pemberton. Rose to fame at Benaraby a couple of years ago when he just about carved them all up in the 550 class. Tim Ablett beside him. Got the bumps up there, did Tim Ablett, 5:46. There we go. Is that a PB for Pendo? 5:46 trying to chase the 550 index for Ash Pemberton. Tim Ablett came out of the hole there too, 134 on the 60, but the HG just started to get the bounces up past 60 foot and he's got off it. But Pembo, point A to point B, 126 in the 60, 5:46 at 126 mile an hour to the stripe. And Pembo, a really good Renegade racer, always a good racer with that car. All right. He's back ready to have another crack on the start line. Dougie Day from the Redland Shire. A lot of toughies down the Redland Shire, I can tell you that, down in the eastern side of Brizzy, of course. If you think of the Redland Shire, you think of Wynnum and Cleveland and Capalaba, all down that side. Plenty of toughies from that neck of the woods, and Dougie Day waving the flag for the Holden fans still. Hasn't got one down yet, I don't think. All right, all good. Fire him up, Dougie. Sorry for the crunching noises in the background. That's just me eating a bit of boosted barbecue. Knocking my corn chips over. And my big bits of billet brisket. All right. Here comes the Kraken back up the return road. It's good that the kids get down to have a look up close to the cars as they come back. Of course, it's only a very small walk to the pits to see them in the flesh. See them with their bits and pieces off. They're giving a few things out, eh? The Kraken's got a few things to go. Not another blowout, surely. I know we've already given the blower belts out today. The Kraken spat the blowout out on one of the runs. The Kraken crew, they've been a little bit harder at work than on most average race days, and I even think he's got this car ended for next weekend as well at Jambo. So there's a lot of work going on in the Kraken pits this weekend and next weekend. All right, Doug Day coming to the line. You may notice that some of these cars, folks, have lights underneath the car. Can you see that sometimes the rear end of the car or underneath the car is illuminated? Predominantly the back of the car. Because a lot of time these guys will run a camera under there and it actually helps look at what the suspension is doing. And if you could get the thing lit, it does kind of show you what the rear suspension is doing. That's why there's lights under the car. Tell you what, good one for Dougie Day. 073 on the tree, 117 in the 60, and an early click, 501. It was all working well in that left lane too, the one that some people don't want to go down there thinking that there might be a bump in that lane, but geez, it didn't seem to bother Dougie then. 117 in the 60, 501 early click. Yes, license plate on this RX-8 is Bad Temper, BDTMPR. Andy Coles, this is of course his brother Brent Coles' RX-8. Andy in the Outlaw 275 class this weekend. Normally in the Public Enemy Mustang, but he's sold the engine out of that. He's got another Noonan coming, I think. He did have a water-jacketed Noonan Hemi. Now he's going solid Noonan Hemi, but he's got the LSA-powered RX-8 built by Spot On. Oh, it's absolutely loving it. 567 for Andy, 567, 136 in the 60. Ben Taylor, 678. 678 for him. Jordan Sleeman back for another run in that one-tonner, and Jamie Keareen's back again. What says here, Jamie? It's the FG. Got the two Keareen's brothers, I think, here. This is Jamie. FG Falcon. Clean green, 150 for Jordan, 161, 657 to a 653. Great side-by-side race. That would be a great side-by-side rumble race. Great side-by-side 640 race tomorrow, definitely. Well, that was fantastic. That boosted barbecue billet brisket went down an absolute treat. Thank you, guys. Thank you for that. Duncan McKenna back, Ron Howarth back, making the most of their test. Howarth, I'm pretty sure this is, I'm hoping it's Barra powered. I mean, if it's a cross flow, I'd be jumping over the moon. If it was in tech, I'd be jumping over the moon. Anything. Boosted six banger in the XP. It's a tough car. Duncan McKenna, well, Migaloo, what can you say about this? One of the heaviest, well, will be the heaviest car here, guaranteed. All right, it's Duncan trying to hit the 640. Let's have a look at this. 699 to a 622. Ronnie Ray off it there with the knock the tyre off it. Duncan 162 in the 60 and a 699. Yet to find the sweet spot. Yet to find that sweet spot. Oh, Ford versus Holden. Look at this one. It's the sort of tough stuff we got laying around here. Jim McLaren and Aaron Holland. How good's North Queensland? License plate Viagra. Love it. Rumble 640 car. Tell you what, it's might be a bit too towy for the Rumble 640. Oh, 654 to a 701. I don't know who was off the, I think it was actually Aaron Holland off the throttle first. 84 mile an hour for him, 654 at only 84. So, yeah, rolling off the throttle there. All right. Now, these young folk. They used to race in junior dragsters at the same time, Harry Thwaite and Jesse Lindner. So they've come out of the junior dragster ranks. And here they are in Kenda. Harry Thwaite, of course, Barra-powered Cortina. Jesse Lindner, 19, nearly 20. Doing pretty well in the Rumble points. She won Rumble at the first round of Kenda this year. Didn't do too well at the second round at Willowbank, but Paul Allen, I think, overtook her in the points. Paul Allen is going to be up here tomorrow running, so Jesse here trying to chase the points as well. Harry Thwaite normally in ruckus 580. So Jesse trying to go back on that 640 mark right now. Jesse hits limiter in first to second, 684 for her. 572 there for Harry Thwaite. So, yeah, off the line, 157 in the 60 foot and a 680 there for Jesse. Tell you what, this guy is having a cracking night testing here at Kenda. Hope to see him tomorrow. Ray Gross, the 55 Chev on a radial. And Marcus Borg, the XT, beautiful. The Borg family, plenty of Fords out here. He's getting the hang of this Pro Tree and the bump in, I can tell you. Ray, 597 with the pedal. Marcus, 729. How good's that VK of Dougie Days coming back? How tough does it look? How good are the quality of these cars here, folks? Kenda brings all the boys to the yard and the girls. The next round, semi-finals coming up shortly of Sugar Daddy Shootout. Got to thank IDRP. Bay City Concrete and Haulage, Meals Concrete Pumping for the money to make it an $8,000 pay night for someone in that 700 class. The semi-finals not too far away. Dale Gridley for a run here in that far lane. Going to try it out. 520 odd cubic inches of twin turbo big block. Big block Chev, by the way, Mopar fans, so don't get excited. It's not Mopar under there, Big block Chev. N-Tech Resources, KPM Performance, Gazard Brothers. It is on an absolute march. Gridley 471 tonight. 471 for Gridley, 117 in the 60. It did everything right. Came out of the hole, bumped in properly. Regathered his thoughts once he came into stage. There is that little slight delay between putting the bulb on and the lights getting thrown. It does feel a little longer delay than what we would normally see on CompuLink, but he left on time, 471, 156 mile an hour, 117 to 60. Cortina's going to try that lane again here. Check this out. As you can see, another car will normally illuminate the rear end of that car before a run so they can see what the rear end is doing. Of course, you don't see that during the daytime. They won't light the bottom of the car up during the daytime, but normally you'll see some illumination under the rear end of the car. So they can normally put they normally got a camera in there, pretty decent camera to have a look at what the shock absorbers are doing, have a look at what the suspension is doing. As I said to you before this afternoon, radial racing, yes, it's about power management, but the suspension setups are very, very important, especially when you're trying to use leaf springs and a 235 tyre with thousands of horsepower. Let's see what Cortina does. They're honing in on this left lane, just in case they're put in that lane tomorrow. I mean, it's carrying on. 5:01 all over the joint. 1:21 in the 60. 1:21 in the 60. Mixing up the cylinders again. And besides him and the Kraken, the two loudest cars here. The two loudest cars in the cane fields tonight. So whatever critters might be running through the cane tonight, they definitely don't know what the hell's been, what's coming out here tonight, because it's cranky when you see what we've got between the Kraken, the Cortinas, and this one as well. The Matulovic is back. Kia back for another run. Love the name of the car, Aftermath. Fox body. Pretty cranky blow and LS-based engine, I think, from memory on this. Matty's been getting this car together for a while, and it's so good to have it here for a Kenda. Radial racing time for the Aftermath. Doesn't it sound the business too? All right, talk about an intimidating vehicle, but Kia Matulovic, you got to get on the horse, you got to ride it. That's what she's doing. Beautiful brand new radial Mustang on 235s. All right, not bad, a little bit better. 131 in the 60 foot, gets it out in low gear. 595, that'll do. Nice work, just the one gear coming out. 131 in the 60, 356 to the 330. Sounds like it's making some grub. 595 at only 90 mile an hour, but just goes to show how much potential that car has. Grabbing gears, feeding more power in the car later, but you know, Kia can't just hop on one of these cars and expect to get PBs out of it. Every run is a PB up until getting that seat time. And honestly, ask yourself the same question. How many runs do you think you'd need in a car like that yourself before you feel really confident to mash the loud pedal on it, huh? Because that's a hell of a lot to be asking out of that combo. All right, Mason O'Neill, Brian Brennan. Bit more testing. We've got to be close to the semi-final of the Sugar Daddy Shootout, thanks to Meals Concrete Pumping, Bay City Concrete and Haulage, IDRP Group, and all of our great competitors that all tipped in $250 each. Tell you, Brian Brennan's just absolutely having a ball here tonight. 574. He'd have the most amount of runs tonight, I think, Brian Brennan. Mason O'Neill, 626. Just got to get that start line sorted. I mean, 155 in the 60's not bad, but it's all about Pro Tree tomorrow. The difference between winning and losing races. Yes, in qualifying, you can sort of get away with what you want, but when it comes to racing, it'll determine whether or not you're any good or not. Toby Green, Rod Williams. A few more test runs. Got to be close to semi-final of Sugar Daddy Shootout. Starting to find his feet, old Hot Rod Williams. Trying to hone in on that 525 that he wants for the K525 class. Toby Green, XY, every run so far has just been nice big wheelies. All right, about 2.5 hours left of testing here tonight. Going out till 10 tonight. Haven't really had a dew point here last night. It was very, very dry. Very, very late. Ah, just does it so good, Toby Green. Hot Rod to the stride, this is a bit better. 5:43 for Hot Rod, Toby Green 6:35. Every run, that thing just about on the bumper. Every run. How good's the XY coming out of the hole tonight? What a well-sorted combo. Just a little too sharp for 640 tomorrow, but 35, you can play with that. All right, Tyler Borg back. The Borg family, plenty of Fords. Aaron Kareens, the VK back. All right. After the Sangs will be the semi-final of the Sugar Daddy Shootout. Nice launch. 118 in the 60, 555 for Aaron. Tyler Borg, 644. So close to your 640 and so close to the 550 there for Aaron. 118 in the 60, 118 in the 60 foot for the VK. 338 to 330 foot. And a 118 for the VK. And then, yeah, off the throttle, 100 mile an hour at the 660. You would normally be $1.30 plus there at the 660. So, yep, after this run by Jaden Seng. And he's going to try this lane as well because we've seen Gridley go down that lane to a 71. We've seen Cortina go down that lane. Nelly pull it off the second time. And the Sengs are going to try this lane again. As much as they've tried to, they think they've sorted out the tower side lane, they're going to try and get the car down the left lane. As we said, there is maybe, and again, if you're going to be picky, there is maybe thought that there might be one or two little tiny undulations in that lane that some cars are picking up and some cars aren't. But here's the challenge, to try and send that car on 235s with a mega horsepower LS. This is billet LS in this thing, mega horsepower LS. Tomorrow, that power will be on tap for Jaden. If he's got to pedal a race tomorrow and try and win, they will normally hit a scramble on that thing. That'll make big power. Nearly went 180 mile an hour on a 235 at Kenda at Willowbank. Just catching the tyre a little bit, then sends it 456. So it went 55 in the other lane and now a 56 in that lane. So a 455 in one lane and a 456 in the other for the Sangs. 118 in the 60 and this time 456, 165 out the back door. So how about that? Talk about getting the car perfect for both lanes. 450s in both lanes tonight for Jaden Seng. Do you reckon that car is ready for 235 tomorrow? You betcha. All right, here we go. Semi-final time. Here we go. As we said, our great sponsors, the IDRP Group, Meals, Queensland Concrete Pumping, and Bay City Concrete and Haulage, plus our entrance kicking in to make it an $8,000 night for someone. Sugar Daddy Shootout semi-final, Charlie Gregory and Brad Smith. The winner will face the winner of the next pairing. Who can it be? We will find out soon. All these cars in that bottom 7-second zone over the 8th, over the 660 mark. Okay, not mucking around here. Brad Smith, Charlie Gregory, they're going to go straight for the tree. Oh, Charlie's in both bulbs. Brad Smith. Oh, clean green, 066, 014. Brad Smith, 014. Charlie Gregory, 066. Watch out for the breakout. Oh, 698 for Brad Smith. It's Charlie Gregory going to the final. Charlie Gregory, 703 beats a 698. 066 to an 014. Brad Smith went 014 to Charlie's 066. Geez, it brings out the good drag racing. Geez, it brings the good leaves out, doesn't it? A Bluebird in the final, 703 for Charlie Gregory. We've got to ask her whether they want to split the yeah, sometimes, I'm not going to say that it happens all the time, but there could be a little side deal where you could split the purse or go for it. We'll have to see whether or not there's an agreement tonight. Daniel Cook and Craig Williams, Ford versus Holden. Who meets the Bluebird in the final of Sugar Daddy Shootout? Williams and Cook. Semi-final. Clean green, 263 to a 169. A little bit better for Daniel Cook. No one's on the brakes. They're hitting the stripe. Here we go. 698 for Williams, 710 for Daniel Cook. Daniel Cook and Charlie Gregory will be in the final. Daniel Cook and Charlie Gregory, so 710 for Daniel Cook. 169 light to a 263 light, so it wasn't really as good a lights as what we saw in the previous pairing, but that looks like that'll be the final. That will be the final. Daniel Cook, Charlie Gregory. Wow. And again, I don't know. It's up to the competitors whether or not they can come to some agreement. It's happened in the past. We had a rumble in the jungle. I think we were racing for some big bucks. Some big bucks. And then I think it was 25 grand we were racing for, and it turned into a split purse where both finalists actually agreed, well, you can do whatever you want. You could say split it in half. You might say 5-3. You might say 4 grand each. Let's see whether or not there's any split purse going to be happening. That'll be up to the drivers to decide that. That'll be whether Charlie and Daniel want to come to that agreement, whether or not you do a split purse. There's a little less pressure on the drivers when you know you're going up for a split purse. But that's not up to us to decide. So does someone go for 8 grand, or do they decide to split it? Do they go 5-3, 6-2, 7-1? What would you do? If that was you, what would you do? If you got to a final, would you try? Put your hands together for Charlie Gregory. She comes back, going to the final, the Sugar Daddy Shootout. That'll be the big question. Here's the other ones. Put your hands together as they come back. Great finals, great semi-finals for the Sugar Daddy Shootout. But what would you do if you were in a final for 8 grand? Would you A, split the purse, B, keep it? All right, Matty Walsh didn't want to let it go then. Yeah, that thing has been normally very reliable and running low 5s with that car. That time did not leave the line with any anger at all. So I don't know whether or not we are going to just line those two up privately and then tee them up for a final later. Whether or not they agree split purse or not, that is not up to me, but that is something that has happened before when we've had big dollar shootouts, that competitors can determine whether you're happy to go for it. 8 grand 0, 6 grand 2 grand, 7 grand 1 grand, 4 grand 4 grand. What would you do if you had that? I myself, if I was ever in a situation where I could try and win $8,000, I would like to agree to a purse split. I'd be happy 6-2 or 5-3. I don't know about 4-4. You're nearly there anyway, aren't you? 4-4. I suppose if your opponent could agree with a split purse at $4,000 each, that ain't a bad night with your 700 car, is it? Jamie Careen's back with the FG, and same with Cody Steindl. The VH Commodore, Hateful. Geez, it wanted to get out. It just absolutely launched out of the hole and then just knocked the tyre off a little bit there. Cody goes through, Jamie rather, 6.59 for him, 9.47 for Cody. One of the first times that thing did not go down tonight, so there we go. Plenty of grunt on board. There's grunt everywhere here in the staging lanes. Going to be a cracking day's racing tomorrow. We don't have any details as to when we actually kick off tomorrow. We'll try and keep you up to date with that as to when we will. Don't know whether we kick off early or we wait a little bit later on into the day. We'll certainly let you know. Hey, give them all a round of applause as they come back. Give them a round of applause for the Seng team. How about 450s both sides of the racetrack tonight, eh? Very good performance, 455 and a 456 in either lane. All right, Daniel Barrett back for another solo hit. Getting a bit mucusy up here, mate. Thanks for that. Good, you got good eyes there, Sawyer. You got really good eyes, mate. Eyes like an eagle, mate. Hey. Whoa. Tell ya, 1, 2, 3 in the 60. Nelly made it stick, and then it started to turn the tyres. Decided this time to drive it a little bit. Got off it, then one more stab. So you think about racing situations tomorrow. Not so much quality, but racing. When we go to 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout tomorrow afternoon, that 3-round Chicago Shootout. If it doesn't hook up during racing, you still want to try and pedal it to try and get a win. So yeah, I wouldn't not be pedaling it tomorrow when you try and rack up a win. 3-round Chicago Shootout tomorrow. Obviously, competitors that can win 3 rounds from 3 rounds have got every chance of making the final. However, in the event of more than 2 competitors in each category getting 3 from 3, it'll be decided on the 3rd round of racing tomorrow. The 2 quickest ETs in the 3rd round tomorrow. Jordan Sleeman back out in the HZ. Here is Joe Dirt, Danny Millay. Not in the. It's not a bad second car to have when you don't have your little Cortina out here. You're in your Cobra. Cobra's not a bad little fill-in car, whether he's in ruckus tomorrow or not. 773 for Joe Dirt, Jordan 785 with a big pedal there from him. Yeah, so what would you do if you're racing for $8,000? Do you just say, no, I think I'll race for the win and go for the 8, or do you agree with your competitor that you'd have some split purse? It'd be interesting to know what they decide. Some people just go for the win and go for the 8, but some people go split purse sometimes. It's a nice way to knock it. There we go. So coin toss, we'll do the coin toss for the final when we get them there. So hopefully they Hopefully they can decide on a time when they do that. Now. We're going to do it now. All right, so we're going to get our 2 finalists to the line, please. Daniel Cook and Charlie Gregory. So those 2 competitors, if we can somehow get them near the start line, Justin's sort of hovering near the start line there. We need Daniel Cook and Charlie Gregory just by yourselves, I think. To come down and do the coin toss as to who gets lane choice and whether or not they are going for $8,000 winner take all, or whether there be a split purse. We would love to know. So we'll go down there and see if we can solve that coin toss very, very soon. So if we can find them, Justin's down near the start line there. If we can find Charlie Gregory and Daniel Cook, we'll do the coin toss, decide on lane choice. All right, Jesse Linder back, Brian Brennan, as I said, wearing that HZ out tonight. HJ rather. Jesse with that blowing Camaro for Brisbane Air. All right, down to the stripe. That's a little bit better for Jesse. 6:41, there we go. 6:41, dial it in. 5:81 for Brian Brennan. All right, Justin, have we got them here? Oh, they're here. They've tossed the coin. They've tossed the coin. They've tossed the coin. Who won the coin toss? No split purse. It's just going for. Oh, you split the purse, right? I like that. I like that. 5-3. There we go. So, who got lane choice? Okay. Dan's got lane choice, and there's a split purse, so 5-3. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. 5-3. So 5 the win, 3 the runner-up. So, yeah, I don't know about 8. Like, I'd want to, if I was going in the final, I'd want the same, because then pressure's off a little bit. You're still going to win something, so forget about all the pressure. $5,000 the win tonight, $3,000 the runner-up. So that's not a bad little split purse, and that's going to happen when? Soon? Right now? Right now. In a sec. Oh. Some people are going to know the secrets. Oh, you did. Quick, can we cover the footage? Where's my stomach? Oh, no, there's a delay. There's a 30. Oh yeah, Sagi means business. 5:56 last run for him. Wants to see if he can crack another good number out here. Can't do two things at once, can I? 5:48, a bit too quick there for Sengi. All right, yeah, so $5 grand, $3 grand. That'll be the final of Daniel Cook and Charlie Gregory a bit later on. Sugar Daddy Shootout, thanks to Meals, Queensland Concrete Pumping, IDRP Group, the Sugar Daddy. All right, Matt Britnell, Andy Coles. That is one cranky RX8 tonight, 5:57 or 5:86 for Matty Britnell. Britnell, that street car, it is just so tough. I mean, they're both Southeast Queensland street cars. Get plenty of laps on the street, let me tell you. The old Bad Temper RX8 gets plenty of laps on the street. And Andy still going to go rounds for Kenda until he gets his new, I think he's still going Noonan, but a solid Noonan instead of the water-jacketed Noonan. For Public Enemy, whether that'll all be back for the final round in September. For Radial Riot at Willowbank. All right, here he is. His sidekick in Spot On. We just saw Andy Coles, of course, and this is Danny Lansdowne from Spot On. He's already being pretty hard on himself, Danny, in regards to, he reckons it's the driver letting the wagon down tonight, he reckons. So don't be so hard on yourself, Danny, but he's a pretty hard critic of himself. 2JZ, Toyota 6-cylinder on board. Spot On Performance, Race Products, Speed Flow and Repco Max supporters. Here comes Andy on the way back now. Bad Temper. So there's Andy from Spot On, there's Danny. All right, let her rip. Yeah, just not getting that 275 up and out. Real happy. 131. Nelly worked, but we know that car can go 1-1s in the 60 when coming out hard, but not quite there yet. Still trying that lane. Jesse now trying back on the tower lane. 6:41 previous lap on the far lane. So here she is now back in the tower lane. Mason O'Neill. Looks like he'll be in Rumble 640 tomorrow, so this blowing small block for Jesse. This, of course, Father Barney's car. Barney, of course, got the Kenda bug driving this thing in Rumble for many a year. before getting his Nova to run in OG 275. Barney doing not too bad actually in the points. Jessie gone maybe all the way back to the water there. Thought that's where she needed to be, but she's going to do another skid. There you go, she's happy with that. Now she can put the thing into stage, yeah. So, yeah, didn't quite get the skid right, but decided, you know what, I'll do what Dad said. I thought it meant go and get another skid happening, and she's just about ready. That was Dad's foot in the beams. Here's Jessie now bringing it in. So 640, these cars will be running in the Rumble class tomorrow, trying to hit 640. Want to play the game that time, launched, really sort of rocked it on the trans brake as she went in. Back in and gone. So look at that, 6.408. 6.408 for Mason O'Neill. That's pretty much your perfect ET for Rumble 640 tomorrow. Pretty much the perfect ET. Marcus Borg, Brian Brennan just getting the most out of their test night, ready for Kenda tomorrow. Trying to hone in on their respective categories. I don't know where Brian will be. Is he in 580 tomorrow? Let's have a look. Off it goes, 575 with a 2, 728 for Marcus. So Marcus honing in on that 700. Brian 575. Right in the pointy end, if you can just slow it down a tad for Ruckus 580. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here it comes. The final of the Sugar Daddy Shootout here at Palmyra. Of course, carnage in the cane fields, this great Kenda event, but you know, we love to have a Sugar Daddy Shootout on the Friday night. Didn't think we'd get to where we got, but let me tell you, thanks to Bay City Concrete and Haulage, Meals, Queensland Concrete Pumping, thank you for that, Grantley. IDRP, the Sugar Daddy found a bit of money laying in an old tin, and lo and behold, it's $8,000. Daniel Cook and Charlie Gregory. Now, it's interesting that Daniel Cook, I thought I saw him fire the thing up with the headlights on, but is the thing even starting up? I just wonder. Up against the Bluebirds, so Datsun versus Holden. The agreement was, after the coin toss, that there would be a purse split. And that means the $8,000 would be divided as follows, as agreed. 5,000 to the winner, 3,000 to the runner-up. So you don't go home empty-handed, no matter what the final is here, no matter what the result. Remember, if you go under the 700, if both of them go under 700, we will take the slowest or the closest to 700. May the best racer win. Good luck, Daniel Cook. Good luck, Charlie Gregory. This is your final. Of our Sugar Daddy Shootout. LS powered Bluebird. Daniel Cook the HK. 5 the win, 3 the runner-up. Charlie puts 2 on. Daniel cuts. Oh, clean green, 0-2-0 for Daniel Cook. He's cut a better reaction time. Charlie Gregory, 1-2-9. Watch out for the breakout. They go, 7-0-7 beats a 7-0-5. What a final. What a final. 7-0-7 beats a 7-0-5. 0-2-0 reaction time for Daniel Cook. 1-2-9 for Charlie Gregory. 7-0-7 beats a 7-0-5 by 83 thousandths of a second at the stripe, folks. 83,000 at the stripes. Clean greens, clean runs, no breakouts in the final. That's what you want in a good old-fashioned shootout on a Friday night at Kenda. 7-0-7 beats a 7-0-5 on a hole shot. $5,000 the win there for Daniel Cook. $3,000 the runner-up there for Charlie Gregory. What a great final. Thank you to our great sponsors for doing that. Meals, Queensland Concrete Pumping, IDRP, Bay City Concrete and Haulage, and all of our entrants that also tipped in the 250 to be part of it all. With their equal, everyone had a fair chance of winning that $8 tonight, and the split purse, $5, the win there for Dan, $3 runner-up for Charlie. Nothing to be sneezed at with your 7-0 cars. Wouldn't it be interesting if they back up tomorrow in the final? Can you imagine if they both got to a final tomorrow? Daniel Cook, Charlie Gregory in the Rebel 700 class tomorrow. That would be unheard of. But hey, not surprising because it's Kenda. Some of the best racing comes out of nowhere when you put some categories up at Kenda. Some of this racing is superhuman. It's pro racing as a recreation. It's pro level racing. I mean, it's preparation like pros, it's racing like pros, it's tightness like pro racing. Considering we didn't have to smack the rule book out for anyone tonight. Give him a round of applause, Daniel Cook, as he comes back. Give her a round of applause, Charlie Gregory. What a great final in the Sugar Daddy Shootout tonight. The Bluebird runner-up to the HK. Well done, folks. Good on you for getting behind it. So good to see. Well, that VK's got plenty. Just couldn't make it all stick on the line that time. 6.56 for Jordan Sleeman. Aaron with the big zing of the tyres that time, the VK 6.53. But congratulations, there's our two finalists there sitting there on the return road. Daniel Cook, Charlie Gregory. The money getting divided up there. Well done, eh? Daniel Cook, Charlie Gregory, so good to be part of the Sugar Daddy Shootout. And there's the money from Justin, handing it over. Well done indeed, what a great one. Aaron Holland, 6.43 in the background there, but so good to see a final. Every race, every pairing was pretty tight, but how's that for a fantastic final between the two of them? And yes, sometimes it's nice to have that split purse because it just gives the runner-up, whoever it is, just a little bit of coin, a little less pressure to take home the whole lot. So well done to Daniel, well done to Charlie. What a great final between you two. And the coin. It's not often that on a Friday night, anywhere in the world, that you're able to throw up an $8,000 shootout anywhere in drag racing. Out here in the Cane Fields, what a fantastic final between them. 16-car field, all had the same chance. A few quickies in there, they could not slow down enough. And a couple of cars right on that 7-0. Well done to both. Might be Daniel Cook's shout on the bar just for one round tonight. Cookie, what do you reckon? No? Congratulations to everyone that competed in that tonight, and especially congratulations to Charlie and Daniel for a great final. You'll be able to watch that back on the live stream. What a cracking final that was. I think 83,000's at the stripe. A 707 beats a 705. What a great final. Tell you what, Ray Grace is loving the old Kenda bump in here. Oh, I can never get sick of watching that thing run. 5:49. I mean, he's hunting that 550 Renegade class, if that's the case. Ray Gross pretty much right on that 550 Renegade pace. 5:49 with a 7 at 128. We saw Jason Sen get into the 5:40s there early on too, 48 or 47, I think he ran. So they're right on the money. Took a couple of runs to hit it, but you know what it's like tomorrow when you get 3 chances. So we've got not everyone, of course, running tomorrow is testing today. So there'll be a whole group more coming tomorrow that are going to basically front up for qualifying 3 rounds of quali tomorrow, finding their way towards round 1 of Chicago Shootout a bit later. It seems to be the people that test, they do get in a test on the Thursday or the Friday. They've either fully prepared for Saturday or got themselves into some trouble during testing and then have to chase their tail back to racing for Saturday. But yeah, normally, more often than not, the ones that normally can test tend to do marginally better. And it's only because, yeah, through preparation and practice and seat time and honing in on your combo. But you can never rule out the good old-fashioned Bradbury, the good old-fashioned bit of luck, the twists and turns that a Kenda can create during 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout, 3 rounds of quali too. So we might see some competitors get down in quali or not get down in quali and then find their mark near Q2 or Q3 and then go through 3 rounds of racing quite well. You might find some races go well through quali, Q1, Q2, Q3, then start to stumble during 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout. It's happened before. The twists, the turns. It's you've got to be here to see it all, folks. Get your friends and your family out here tomorrow and check it all out because it's going to be great. 3 rounds of quali, 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout and some finals. Don't forget, there's a few raffle tickets left. Mind you, we've sold, Joe Dirt's just about sold everyone out of his book, and I think we've only still got raffle tickets down there at the Kenda tent to get those amazing prizes donated by JDT Earthworks and Concreting, Brett's Mobile Mechanics. Some great stuff, Quick Car Racing Products, pre-wired switch panel, one of those great raffle prizes. The battery disconnect switch, thanks to Quick Car Racing Products. Race gloves and a stubby cooler. Race parts harness, race harness, and that Pro 1 race parts helmet. 5 tickets for $5. I've already got mine. I blew $10 on it. I've got 10 tickets in it, so any of those prizes that do me, I tell you. Right now, though, I'd love the pre-wired switch panel or the race parts harness, actually, the Pro 1 race parts harness, something that I'll be needing in the future. If you need those bits and pieces, they're not a bad thing to win. Just got to be in it to win it. Tickets in the raffle. That's the way to do it. So, as we said, we're scheduled to go through to just on 10 tonight. We are at 8:06, so what have we got? Hour and 54 minutes for any of our competitors testing tonight to get around into the lanes and have another crack. A little bit of local application of some traction compound happening right now in the Tower Lane. But they're all finding their marks over these races. Quite a lot of testing happening from everyone. This VH, don't wear the VH out before tomorrow, Tez. I mean, honestly, it's sorted. It is one more. Is this just one more or one more in that lane and let's try one more in this lane just to make sure that we can? Or you're trying to run 55 in both lanes? Is that what it is? Aren't you happy with a 56 in that lane and a 55 in that lane? I mean, hey, you did it. You were nearly the first to go and try that lane and then everyone else tried that lane. Isn't it funny that a lot of people started just going down the right lane. Next thing you know, it's like, well, let's try the left lane. I think Scotty was in that lane as well trying. Gridley went down that lane as well trying. And there is some performance in that left lane. Just when we think that, and you can never always assume that we're always a one-lane track because both of them are prepped very similar to each other, identical. In fact, when you look at us all doing it, it's all prepped the same. But here they are going to go down this left lane again with the VH on 235s, mind you. Like this battle is hotting up. Jaden is definitely, hot in the points. Would love to be able to wear the 235 belt at the end of the year. Caleb's coming along real strong with the new chassis in the VZ. So I don't know. Will they have that ready by September? The blue one. I don't know. There's a lot of work to be done, but hey, they're not afraid of it. Work is a four-letter word. They're not afraid of it. I tell you, they knuckle down. They're motivated. They got the best family support behind them. And this is another couple of kids. Like we talk about Jesse Lindner, we talk about Harry Thwaite. The Seng boys, of course, Jaden and Caleb have come through the junior dragster ranks as well. But they haven't just jumped into modified drag, so they haven't just sort of taken that first logical step from juniors. They've come to radial racing. So they've come to radial racing instead. So they've come to Kenda instead of, traditional forms of the sport. And learning a whole different set of racecraft. It's not just about tuning for power and performance. It's suspension. It's suspension and setup. Ultimately tuning as well. So a little bit different in the burnout from normal. So 2 shots at the skid, but doesn't seem to worry him. Let's just see what happens in this lane on 2.35s. Very, very healthy LS. I'd hate to say that this is one of our most powerful LSs here in the place. It very well could be. It's definitely shown 170 plus mile an hour performances in the 8th on that 235 tyre. It's got power to burn if it needs it. So as we said, come to 3 rounds of racing tomorrow. If Jaden finds himself not on a perfect run, he will have to drive that to the stripe to try and take wins tomorrow, whether it's all hooked up or not. Tell you what, that thing's on a march. 4:58 again in that lane, right down at 1:18. 1:18 in the 60. And just all the little shenanigans on the way down, a little kick and a cough here and there. But hey, the thing comes through and gets to the other end no matter what. 4:58 at 164 mile an hour in that lane. So, I mean, that is back onto its nearly 170 mile an hour pace in that lane. Talking about the most powerful LS here, what about the biggest, heaviest car here? It's got to be Duncan McKenna's Migaloo. Almost weighs as much as the mysterious white whale. Issues for Aaron Holland on this run. It's been really running like a charm, but just this run, nothing. No sweet noise that time. Duncan goes 6.76, trying to slow the big Migaloo down. That thing has got unbridled performance potential to crack 5s in the 8th, no doubt about it, with a bit of nitrous on board. It is an absolute beast when it cops a bit of spray. I don't think he's on the spray here today, trying to hunt what he can. Yeah, some people do prefer the left lane. Blondie prefers the left lane. Some people have a favourite lane. All right, Matty Walsh is back by himself. Now, look, this thing's been on a march. Low 5s out of this car. Are we OG 275 with this thing tomorrow or not? It's Windsor powered, ASG Motorsport. 144 on the 60, so not as angry. 552. If he's trying to hit Renegade, he's pretty well got it. 552. 144 on the 60. Come out of the hole, no hassles. He's got some definite performance potential, and it's showing a fair bunch of that already. She's back. Not content with runner-up. Not content with $3 grand in the pocket. Charlie Gregory back out to do a bit more testing to try and hit that Rebel 700 tomorrow. Here she is now. She's already run a bunch of 7.0s. Here's another crack at it. All right, here we go to the stripe. 7.13, 7.13, not bad, not bad. Considering the 07 that got her the win there just a matter of minutes ago. 7.13, 7.13. bit more practice on the pro tree never hurts either. It's that pro tree that can, like there'll be some other competitors that haven't tested that may have to get used to the pro tree tomorrow. So you will see the odd little staging mishap you would imagine tomorrow, trying to get the things into stage at the same time. Turbo cars also seem to have some issues, if not sorted with their bump, or the cars can creep or rock or roll in and out of the beams. There may be a bump infringement or two tomorrow. You don't know until you see it. The most important part of a drag race is actually getting the thing into stage. It's the only way you can really indulge in a drag race, is to get the thing into stage and keep it in there just enough time to leave on time, hopefully. Then the rest of the work happens. Speaking of one of the hardest working teams in Australian Radial, the Kraken team is back. Simon O'Carroll obviously hasn't quite got what he wants yet. Simon likes to thank Simon O'Carroll Pools, Neville Mitchell Engineering and Australian Energy Systems. Very decent range coming right over this Kraken today. Not many cars in this country have the C-Rotor PSI blower on it, but this thing does. All right, can we get that thing down to the stripe here tonight for the Kraken? All right, O'Carroll. Oh, 121 in the 60, so yeah, it's gone 109 a couple of times tonight, 109, but it was still mixing them up early off the hit, letting go of the button there, and it was having to grab the tyre already. 121 in the 60 that time, no such luck. Just makes you appreciate just how much of a fine line these cars are. These smaller tyres, small tyre, big horsepower, making the suspension work, getting that power management right. They're out having a look there to see what the tyre was doing. And the Seng boys come back after another great run. All right, that's enough for the VH. We almost got to retire the VH tonight. He can't be wearing that thing out. They're beating on it every run. Fitties everywhere. Doesn't matter which lane. And in what situation that Commodore is performing pretty well on the 235 tonight. Does really make you appreciate every car's setup, and just everything is different. Every car's different. Every car's got a different centre of gravity, a different weight, a different power output, a different power curve. Each car is just its own little physics experiment. And when it all goes well, it's just one of the most amazing things in drag racing to see the combos work. To see two of them side by side racing each other to the stripe, no matter what category, is magic. Magic when it happens. And magic comes in a variety of different categories. Tomorrow, of course, is Jamie Careen's back, the FG. Not want to play the game there. I think we've still got IRS in that car too, so that's another kettle of fish that works sometimes or doesn't. IRS, it can do two things. It can just sort of squat and spin, or it can, with the right power management, hook up It then throws a lot of stress on all those IRS components, whether it's the drive shafts, the stub axle, whatever. But the IRS, another combo to try and sort out. All right, Hot Rod back. He's wearing this thing out tonight too. I mean, when you pay to test, you pay to test, you pay to run these things as many times as you can, and not a lot of waiting. Not a lot of waiting here on a Friday night. Aaron Holland trying to hone in on that. Well, already I know he's pretty sharp for the 640 Rumble class. No, he's pretty sharp for that. Hot Rod trying to make it a 525. The K525 class tomorrow. Brought to us by Your Plumbing Solutions. K525 class tomorrow. A little bit better for Hot Rod this time. Let's have a look. Oh, 543, 543. It'll do for now. It'll do for now. It's a couple of 540s for Hot Rod. Just got to find that last tenth and a half. Duncan back for another go. Migaloo. God, how many runs has Migaloo done in the last 6 months? And Harry Thwaite, same deal. Like, just so many runs on this car. Barra powered. Honing in on 580s, who did that already. Duncan still kind of trying to find the magic spot for Migaloo. Another run to try and find it. Clean greens, both of them. Harry Thwaite, 575 to a 685. 575 to a 685 is, and again, I still don't know, is Migaloo trying to be a 640 car? Is it trying to be a 70 car? I can't quite work it out. All right, Pembo back for a run in the far lane. Tim Ablett beside him now. The HG, cranky HG and Ruckus tomorrow. Him and Gary Millgate. I can't wait for the lungs on both of those. If we see Ablett and Millgate tomorrow, there won't be any commentary happening on that run. It'll be all NA goodness on that run. Ash Pemberton trying to bump in on that 550. Right down Broadway, both sides of the racetrack. Pemberton 053. 053. It goes 549 with a 5 and a 595 with a 3 for Tim Ablett. Into the 5s for Ablett. Great run side by side, but yeah, how's that for Ash Pemberton? 053 off the button. 549 on that 550 index tomorrow. Pembo's just got to pull that back because you can't. Any qualifying run under that designated index puts you at the bottom, doesn't put you at the top, puts you at the bottom. It won't. We can't just qualify you when they're going, oh, you were so close to being perfect, but you're under it. We can't take that. Also in round 3, if there's a tiebreaker in round 3, so Chicago Shootout tomorrow, we get to the 3rd round of racing tomorrow, and you run under your designated index, we can't take that. You may actually take a win, and you might be 2 from 3 or 3 from 3, and we have to tie break you in round 3 by taking the 2 quickest ETs. Just say we got 4 people at 3 from 3, and you go 549 on a 550 in round 3. You're 3 from 3 with a 549. We can't take your 549. We'll take the 2 legal quickest runs. So it's happened before. We've had guys go 3 from 3 or in a tiebreaker be eligible, but then round 3 go under an index and an illegal ET we can't take. People are enthusiastic out here on a Friday night. Good to see. Great interaction with our fans here Friday night. Get all your friends out here tomorrow. It's going to be a cracking day here at Kenda. Carnage in the cane fields. Who will win our Mackay round of Kenda tomorrow? Ben Taylor slowing it right down, 781. Joe Dirt, 784 in the Cobra. So yeah, no Cortina, not the old faithful. Remember, he won Kenda here last year, didn't he? I thought it was 2 years ago, but he actually won Rumble last year. Finally broke through for a win. One of the most emotional trophy presentations we ever had when Joe Dirt won that last year. A little bit of screaming Barra side by side on the way down through the cane fields. Bit of Barra, 638 to a 700. Mason O'Neill, again, if he's trying to run that 40, a 638 is it's in the ballpark. JB just hassling the tyres there on the FG that time. Again, one of those ET slips that will put you in no man's land because it wasn't perfect. You really do appreciate perfect runs when you see them, because you'll see a lot in testing, a lot of imperfect runs. That is the temptation of booking in for a test day. Big shout out to you, Gary Hunt. And it's nice that you're coming up to help Gary. So, of course, I know you're naturally aspirated exploits, of course, Gary Hunt, and why not come up and help a fellow big RPM all-lung team. So good to hear from you too, Gaz. Gaz helping Gaz tomorrow. I love it. All right, Aaron, trying to get the VK hooked up one more time. It didn't quite work last time. Let's see, a bit of tweaking. This VK is tough. Straight out of the hole, 144 in the 60. We've seen it hook up a little harder than that already today, but it's just, mind you, like with every minute as we get a little bit cooler here tonight, and don't leave it too late to get your Kenda hoodies, because I know it gets pretty cold out here. Well, when I say I know it does, that's what the word was from last night out here. It was quite cool. Quite cool for Mackay, of course. Quite a little bit cool, and that could mean temperatures in the single digits. Yes, quite cool for Mackay might be 9 degrees. Then, mind you, quite cool if we're, say, at Warwick, might be 3 degrees. So here, 9 would feel freezing up here in Mackay, I think. 9 degrees would feel freezing. So get those Kenda hoodies before it gets too cold. And we've still got, I'd like, actually, Grumsy normally does have his track temp out to be able to tell us his little track temp gun. I'd like to know what we are track temp wise. We've had great sunshine on the track all day, so that really does help keep that track temp in, which is good, keeps the glue on it. So it's not like we haven't had any decent residual track temp. We've had plenty. I'd just like to know what we are getting to now at this sort of time at night, nearly 8:30 on a Friday night. People still hitting the mark. Jim McLaren back for another hit. Jimmy in the HG. So we've got Tim Ablett out before in the yellow HG. How tough's this one as well? And we've got some tough Holdens in all shapes and forms. We are getting a little track temp there, so Grumsy's going to be able to tell me the track temp in just a tick. You know, just when I'm thinking out loud, you think, oh, what are we at track temp wise? And normally, Grumsy and Macca have come out to check, just to see. He's done it before for us, Grumsy. There we go. Oh, 76.5. 76.5's all right. We've seen We've seen it down there. I'm trying to think the last time you sent me one at about 80 degrees, 76.5 Fahrenheit, ain't too bad. That's still got some temp. That's still got some temp in the track. 76.5. 76.5 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a bit better, Jimmy, that one. So yeah, 76.5 degrees Fahrenheit track temp. So still some there. Hope you folks are enjoying this Kenda testing on Friday night. Of course, carnage in the cane fields when we come up here. Testing's very popular. 168 in the 64, 687 there for Jim. Too quick for Rebels. A couple of tenths off what would be sharp for a 640 Rumble car. We'll see what Jim puts on the car tomorrow when we get ready for qualifying tomorrow. Be interesting to see what it'd be interesting what Joe Dirt puts on the Cobra tomorrow. I mean, points-wise, he would want to stay in Rumble if he's chasing points to try and defend. I think he ended up with the belt last year as well, Joe Dirt. So he's going to have to be in the right place at the right time. Now, whether or not he's okay in the points for Rumble this year, and whether or not he just keeps the Cobra in Rumble because obviously the Cortina ain't here, or whether or not he can, just in the spirit of Kenda, just turning up, might be able to run in the Rebel 700 class tomorrow. Ben Casey, well, he's been in that 6 second zone. Nice. That thing works so well. He's got RUK on the side, so yeah, he is trying to hit the 580 in the Capri. Got the RUK written on the side. Yeah, right off the hit, didn't like it that time, Ben. A little bit louder on the stomp, and it did not particularly like it. All right, so yeah, 773 for Joe Dirt. That thing's fairly consistent, but yeah, Ben Casey out just seeing whether there was something out of that Capri just then got the attention. They're out there just on the mop as to how far that's out. We don't know. I also want to check whether or not we're just fuel or water. Water's obviously something that we really need to pay attention to. If there's a little bit of fuel or whatever, sometimes you can get a little slosh out of the vent on the tank. If it is just fuel, it's just that little bit of a light mop and everything sort of evaporates after that, and it's not so bad. If it's oil, obviously, we need more attention to it. Normally the oil, if it's just a tiny wisp, it can be a little flick of thinners, and the mop cannot normally pick that up off the surface, as we try to explain to people. Every other week we talk about drag racing is when we do prep the track like these guys do. Of course, the IDRP group, Justin Simpson and the boys, is that basically you get the surface as level and flat as you can. If that means scraping off excess rubber, they would be doing that, to do a lot of scraping. They then apply the rubber to the track via a tyre sled or rotator. Once that sort of dedicated rubber is laid down, think of it as a membrane, a rubber membrane, and then seal it all off. Spray some traction compound over the whole lot of it. Make that all one sticky membrane. And if you have had the opportunity to stand out on a Kenda start line, where you better make sure you've got your shoelaces torqued all the way up, because if you go out there with loose shoelaces or even slip-on boots, you can leave them on the line because it's super sticky out there. You might see some backup people tomorrow running a little bit funny. If you're having to guide a car back after a burnout on a sticky Kenda surface, sometimes you'll see people running on tippy toes for a deliberate reason. They don't want to. You don't want to be flat-footed on a Kenda surface because it will stick your boot to the surface. So we just want to make sure that everything's right. Must have been just a bit of fuel or something, just because the thing did snap out on him. Could have been just a little bit of fuel overflow, and that's all it was. A little mop up. That stuff's gone in a flash. Doesn't affect our membrane. That thing is in fine song tonight. Andy Cole's driving Brent's RX-8. Crank, beautiful exhaust system, I've got to say, Tone. What a great exhaust system Tony's done on this thing. Sounds the part. Benny Taylor trying to hone in on an ET here. Didn't like it that time. And did not want to play the game. A little more spicy. You see, I think any of these forced induction cars, like anyone, even it's aspirated or whatever, you're making more horsepower nearly by the minute out there. The weather conditions, a little bit cooler, making great horsepower. All of these cars, they're making great horsepower tonight. These conditions are beautiful. All right, back for another crack in this left lane. All of a sudden, the left lane is becoming everyone's favourite. Dale Gridley going to have another crack down this lane. As we said, very cranky, 520-odd cubes of big block, twin turbo. Got the underneath of the car illuminated. As we said, it's normally a camera under there to observe the suspension activity at night. We don't light them up just for your entertainment. It's lit up for a reason under these cars. Keep an eye on that suspension. That separation of the suspension for when you dead hook the tyre and then you move that shock. Tell you what, it likes that lane there. Gridley, 76 in that lane, 476, 158, 122 in the 60 foot, 122 in the 60 foot, 476, 158. Dale Gridley 071 off the button, and that's working a treat in that left lane. All right, Danny in the right lane now. All right. The Wags is only just one good run away from getting back to that. I mean, he'd be happy with something, even a 460 or a 450. I mean, the thing's been deep into the 430s. He's starting to blame himself here, Dan. He's not blaming anything on the car tune-up wise or anything like that. He's questioning all his chassis decisions and setups in this car at the moment. Whoa, it went out. What did it go? About 100 foot, 150 foot. It went 121 in the 60 foot and it was out and starting to make that juice, starting to make that power, and then knocks the 275 off it out there, nearly 200 foot out. 121. Again, a little conservative just to get the thing out, but still a bit further out. Didn't want to take all that 2JZ horsepower. But how good's that previous run there for Gridley in that far lane, in the left lane? Cody Steindelbach, the Hateful. The licence plate is Hateful. VH Commodore LS on board. Just the last couple of runs, just overpowered the start line. See if we can get back into the good books here. Great testing here Friday night. Thanks for joining us. 1 hour and 23 left. Nice run there, 119 in the 60. Oh, 499 with a 5. Up goes the hand from the rock. 499, 141, 119 in the 60 foot, 119 in the 60, 326 to 330. And the VH Commodore into the 4-second zone, 499 with a 5. That's the best for him today. So Cody finding the mark. Tell you what, these Commodores, all shapes and sizes. Cody just went 99 in that lane now. Dougie Day's going to try this lane out now in the VK. This is Australia's most volatile, quickest radial Holden V8 powered car we've got in this country. There's not a lot of people using the old iron line like Dougie does. He loves his Holden 308. Another one that illuminates the underside of the car for suspension. And as we said, this thing's got a bit of pedigree. This, of course, the late great Cole Shaw from Dalby. This was an A-gasser, one of Australia's quickest A-gassers at one stage back in the, the late 80s, early 90s. Big block Chev on board, 4-speed Lenco. Dougie Day, after crashing his beloved VK Calais with the running gear, got onto this VK and has turned itself into an absolute beast of an OG 315 car. Full tube car, a little bit lighter than the Streeter. Same sort of horsepower out of the Holden. I think it's, forget what cubes it is now. It's definitely not 308 anymore. It's a little bit bigger, I think. Let's see what Dougie gets in this lane. This car has been Dan well nearly into the 30s, this thing. Tell you what, it goes out, goes for a walk, 114 in the 60, but then just as he grabbed gears, just that little instinct kicked in where it's like, you know what, I'm not going to overdrive this thing. 114, you got to take what you can out of a run and say, well, look, I'm happy with that. 114 in the 60, did everything right. It just started to move a little bit around, got a little bit out of the groove, a little bit towards the right on the run, decided to button it all. Tell you what, it's good to see Jesse getting lots of testing in on the Friday. So normally at Kenda, Barney would test on the Friday, Jesse would race on the Saturday. So father and daughter would both race on the Saturday. This time, because she is chasing the points in Rumble, decided to test on the Friday. Her closest opponent is Paul Allen. I think he's entered to run tomorrow in Rumble 640 tomorrow. Ray Gross, like he's loving this Bump City, I tell you. The 55. Not this time for the 55. Jesse on a good run, lifts off early. Oh, 43. 044. She'll love that reaction time as well. That's not a bad reaction time on the Pro Tree. 6:43 for Jesse at 93. Geez, a little bit in reserve there by the look of that. Great launch there from Jesse. 043 back on the Pro Tree, cutting them good lights. Jimmy McLaren back and Joe Dirt. Loves a good skid in the old Cobra. And Jimmy as well. So just on about 1 hour 18 left. So just keep that in mind, folks, those that are still testing here tonight. I think we're trying to run the lanes, close the lanes at about 9:45. So don't leave it to the very last minute to try and get a run near 10. If you can, be in the lanes by about 9:45, please. They say practice makes perfect. Cobra, that's not good. Bit of leakage out of the Cobra. How bad is it? Is it oil? Is it water? Is it fuel? We don't know. We're onto it right now, but Joe Dirt's off to the side. 671 for Jim. 671 for Jim. We don't know what he's dropped there. But he won't particularly like that. He's done that to the track. He's not probably too much concerned about the car itself. It's just what he's done to the track, which Joe won't particularly like doing, because he's all for everyone else. Danny Mullane, Joe Dirt. As I said, he's drummed up these great raffle tickets and raffle prizes. Drummed up a bit of money out of Bay City Concrete and Haulage to make the Sugar Daddy Shootout an $8,000 payout tonight. The Cortina not together, so the Cobra's out to run. But yeah, just drop some gear out of there, whether or not, well, we still don't know what he's exactly dropped there, whether it is a little sliver of oil or whether or not it is just a fuel one or whatever. As we said, like some of these cars, like in the skid, it was kind of slapping around a little bit. If your tank is relatively full of fuel, as you can get a little bit out the breather if it indeed is that. I mean, we're not applying anything on it to absorb any oil. We are just mopping what's there. Normally our mops are not normally dry mops. Sometimes when you're cleaning up, might have a tinge of thinners on them. That's just one of the more proven ways to pick up some light stuff is sprinkle of thinners in a mop. If not, whatever it is gets picked up pretty darn quick. As we said, we don't want to compromise our... it is just water. There we go. Thank you, Grumsy. It's just water. So that ain't too bad. The mop will do everything we need it to do. The mop will do what we need. Our dry mop's just picked that water up. So again, maybe run a little bit hot. For our coolant recovery system, of course, the rules, if you read the book, normally means you've got to have a minimum of about 600 mil capacity in your overflow, and you got to always check that once in a while just in case it has filled up, overflows or whatever. Could very well be that. But yeah, you know, when cars run a little bit hot, they can dump overpressurized, dump out of the radiator into again, the rules would state that you would not have one car out here running today that would not have full recovery of any coolant overflow. It's not like the old-fashioned days of the old cars where you just run that overflow hose from the radiator neck down to the ground and let it dump when it gets too hot. That just won't be a thing, especially in drag racing. We take very good care of that in the rules, which means, no, you're not going to let that dump down on the ground. You actually are going to recover it, put that into a tank of a minimum 600 mil capacity. So... looks like it's just a little bit of H2O. So we're just a little bit of a little pick up and prep there. Dougie's back in the VK after a nice launch. 114 was good. The 114.60 was definitely good out of the VK, but then up it started to walk a little bit out towards the right, and instead of driving it, decides, you know what, that's some data on the run which you can take. But yeah, once the thing starts to haul out towards that side and starts to move a little bit around and very close to spinning the tyre or knocking that off, it's not like we've got massive spoilers on the back of these cars that plan it down. The 8th mile, of course, as well, the 660 foot, doesn't give you a hell of a lot of opportunity to get up to massive speeds that would even make a big deck spoiler or a wing work in that capacity. Pretty much stock-bodied VK with not a lot of big wing or downforce on the back. So, yeah, stability-wise, yes, it's trying to make the power and trying to, the physics on these cars sometimes... It does stun you when you look at how high these radial cars get when they leave the line. They're fully planting the rear suspension down. You'll see a lot of separation out of the rear end of the real quick cars where they pretty much the shock absorbers are getting driven into the ground as the car leaves. So you see a lot of extension on the rear suspension to drive that radial into the ground. So the cars as they head down have kind of got that back wheel way out of the wheel arch. So that car with its rear end in the air sometimes doesn't appear to be the most stable sort of attitude that you would have on a vehicle going down, especially something that's, you know, a suspended car with suspension on all four corners. To have that thing all pretty well highly strung. Remember, the front end's also unloaded as well. It's not like you're planning any weight down on that front end. In fact, the front end is as light as it can be. The rear end is trying to be as heavy as it can be. So you're trying to launch that car down. You've transferred the weight, and that suspension stays up pretty much until the end of the run. You see a lot of the real quick radial cars, if you ever watch them in the States, you know, after a run, the things have fully got the wheels out of the wheel arch and the whole rear suspension's topped out. But then as they go over the finish line, over the 660 stripe, those cars sort of settle all the way back down to the ground. Once they're off the throttle, all that suspension starts to come back down. But when they are out, you know, 200, 300 foot out, and you've got all the power down, and that front end is light, it's barely in the air, well, barely on the ground, rather. I mean, it's dangling those front tyres. That rear end is way off the ground as well. So, yes, it can be a little unnerving to drive a car that's basically at the full extension of its suspension. It's not compressed. None of that's compressed. It's extended on the run. It's not compressed. It's, yes, if it's a big tyre car, if it's a Pro Mod or whatever like that, yes, you will see some compression in the rear suspension as it plants the tyre and squats the rear end down. But in radial racing, it's all about sort of transferring, dead hooking that radial off the start line and powering that tyre into the ground pretty much via extension of the suspension components. So it looks like that was the magic formula, just a big drag on the tyre sled. Whatever we had there on the liquid out of the Cobra. Couple of laps on the sled really does help. That light mopping does help, but yeah, sometimes just that big drag really does help the thing. A little bit of pressure applied there really helps. And straight on to a little bit of the magic lotion on top. You can hear it after that last run that it was really really resisting the tyre on the sled, so that's a good sign. She's pretty dry there. Click application of the traction compound over that area. Give us that opportunity to get back and run a few more runs. 1 hour and 10 left on tonight's testing. All right, there's still a few left in the lanes there that want to have come over run, but yeah, we just got to do that little cleanup, which looks like we've done. Yes, cover your face there. Not naming any names out there. Joe Dirt. I can see you down there, mate. Eh? Is that a Clevo in that Mustang? Is it? Is that a Cleveland in the Cleveland in the Cobra? Is it Clevo in the Cobra or a Windsor? It's a 351. Well, that could explain why we had leakage out there. Could explain it. 351 in the Cobra. But here we go. A little light application needed. Tyre sled's done its job. Grumsy on the magic juice. Here comes that last little bit of application that we need. And we'll get back up with more testing shortly. So as we said, carnage in the cane fields tomorrow. It will be pinch and a punch for the first day of the month tomorrow. August. Can't believe we're into August already. God, what a year it has been. Not only for the Kenda 660 series, but boy, the whole drag racing world. You name it, we've been doing it. Got the Kenda is that a Kenda beanie or a Meals beanie? Hey, we got great beanies out there. Yeah, saving. Yeah, whoosh. You nearly throw it in there, wouldn't you? No, Joe Dirt will bring it up. Thanks very much. Yeah, getting a bit cold down there. The beanies, it's just about beanie weather. But, yeah, pinch and a punch, August 1st tomorrow, hey? Great categories tomorrow. Outlaw 275, Outlaw 235, OG 315, OG 275, K525, Radial Renegade 550. Ruckus 580, Radial Rumble 640 and Rebels 700. And all of our minor awards tomorrow too, thanks to Six Boost for the Hard Luck Award. The Rock, Power Management Solutions for Best Power Wheelie. Keep an eye on that for tomorrow during racing. Diverse Project Group, thank you, Lorenzo, for Announcer's Choice. Got to choose something tomorrow. Bolt King, King of Bling. I'm glad it's not me. Sorting that out because there's too much. Platz's Auto Electrics, thank you, Reese. Best Reaction Time and Racing, $300 for that. Dynamic Performance Industries for Most Impressive Newcomer. So we've got to keep our eyes out and talk about that tomorrow. $300. And Tom's Towing and Transport. I'm glad someone can work out. Furthest travel tomorrow. It is a Meals beanie. Thank you very much. I'll wear my Meals beanie when I go back outside. Yes, thank you, Joe Dirt, for my Meals beanie. I've got my Meals concrete pumping beanie up there. Big shout out to Grantley if you are watching. And I know the OG hatchback is very, very close to coming back. I think I saw Grantley entered at Jamboree, I think you're in either in Radial Extreme or J275. So Grantley, I think, having a go at, Jambo next weekend. So Grantley back in the hatchback, pretty much in the car that sort of got the bug bit pretty hard, the radial bug. And I think I saw the old hatchback there at Spot On last week, getting some tweaks done. So it'll be Grantley having a crack next weekend when we get into Kenda. I don't think he could quite make up here, being in and out of the country and whatever. But does love his radial racing, does love his Kenda. And, yeah, Meals tipping in that extra 2K to really spruce the old payout tonight at 8K. Like a 700. We've had a 640, we've had Rumble in the Jungle, which was a 640 class, had 25 grand the payout. But even our 700, we haven't really done anything for Rebels, but just have that 700 Sugar Daddy shootout at 8 grand. I mean, that's a great shootout on a Friday night. Not many places in the world of drag racing do we get a Friday night 8 grand shootout. But yes, we do. Right here at Palmyra. It wouldn't be a trip up here without that. Big shout out to you too, Jace, watching on the live stream. Missing us, missing you too. Good on you, Jace. Of course, you remember that last year, of course, Joe Dirt winning Rumble. It was quite the momentous occasion, wasn't it? To have Joe Dirt get his way. I mean, he'd been to so many semis or missed out on being in the final of Rumble so many times, and then to watch it all come into place at the last Kenda up here, where not only did he get himself into a final, that he actually went and won the damn thing that night, was quite the occasion. And of course, we love a good trophy presentation up here at Palmyra because you've got such a great social function area right next to the bar, and that big sort of sheltered area where you can get the old fire going if it's cold, and party on from there. Any track with the bar is a great track. It was a cracker. Remember, he brought out the fiberglass boot lid to give it back to Jace. Joe Dirt had that. That was a real sentimental moment. Right now, no, we'd almost trade all that off because it was actually a coolant leak. So that's what we were chasing there. It was a little bit of moisture. A little bit of moisture that's been, well, we've dragged it with a sled, thought we've got it, but now we are just going out there and doing a few little spot marks, try and pick that up. Lots of extra glue being applied on the far lane there as well as we go a little further out in pursuit of anything more that may have come off the Cobra. Said he had a coolant. Like a filtration system or something on it, which literally just blocked up, and it blocked up and caused it all to back up and overflow. So some of these things you just don't know until it happens, and that's the thing about mechanical devices, is that they will work until something in the system fails. All right, well, just what we thought was going to be a light mops turned into a little bit more of everything, isn't it? Yeah, boys, I don't know how many more fun facts do you want me to crank out here on a Friday night, mate. I've run out of fun facts. I don't really have too many other fun facts to tell you. Especially at this time of night when we've put some solvent down to sort of pick up what we thought we had to. The sled's still running over everything. Oh, fun facts about... Well, Boise, here's a good question. Have you sold your Nova yet, Boise? There we go. If we're going to talk about stuff. Plenty of cars for sale out there. If you want to run on radials, Damien Boyce has got a really nice Nova, big block Chev twin turbo. Maybe we can get the word out up here. Someone might be a bit cashed up looking for a nice car. I think it was a good price too. Have you still got that Boise, that car, Damien Boyce? The Nova, the big block Chev on radials. Didn't you race? Didn't we have you and Dunks racing each other once there at some stage? I remember that. Good to see Dunks up here with the young family. Little girl, she's grown up a fair bit since seen her here last night. Okay, yeah. So there we go. It is still for sale. The Nova still for sale. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably not the same boat as some of you guys. Just too many toys. Like talking to Gary Brett there before, talking to Buddha, and broke his old favourite Kingswood, but he said he had to bring out the spare WB. So well, it's nice to have a spare toy laying around when the main toy breaks. You've got a spare toy laying around. It's still for sale. All right, yeah. So there we go. So if anyone's interested, you'll have to try and pop that ad back up again, or do a little bump on Marketplace. And mind you, Marketplace probably ain't the right place to be advertising a car like that. It will, you know how it pulls out pulls them all out, doesn't it? Pulls the lunatics out, the Marketplace. Here we are, the Australian government raving on that they've changed the world by stopping kids under 16 from accessing social media. I'd love to see how they can stop grown adults from being on Marketplace, because old Marketplace is a hell of a jungle out there, I can tell you. Good way to sell stuff quick. It's just not. It's full of a lot of different people in there as well in regards to making ridiculous offers on things and ridiculous situations and scenarios when it comes to selling bits and pieces. I'm always keeping an eye out for lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff myself, keeping an eye out for. The odds and ends. Mind you, the budget's not massive, so it's not like I'm on there looking for stuff at 20 grand or 15 grand or 8 grand. 500, 800. Anything sort of under a K, if I've got the loose change laying around, something I need. I'm a sucker for a good set of wheels. If I find the right wheels, I'm always grabbing wheels. The odds and ends, the bits and pieces, that's what's good. And if you're like me trying to put a car together, I'm trying to build it all with second-hand parts. I'm avoiding trying to buy anything new. I shudder every time I have to go and buy a new item for it, but that's just me. I love to be able to use a lot of recycled and pre-loved, pre-owned stuff. And a lot of my latest build is going to have a lot of that stuff on it. A lot of recycled stuff. Yes, there is some new stuff on it. I can nearly give you the list of new stuff that it's got. Not a lot. All right, how many more laps on the tractor, I wonder? We've got it all happening. We've got the traction compound going down. We've had the acetone across it. I don't know what magic water the copper was running, but whatever it was, it's been quite a sneaky little sucker when it comes to trying to get it up. As we said, it is like a membrane. It's not like if that was just a bare asphalt and the water got dropped, it can be absorbed into the asphalt. There's just no way any of this liquid is getting absorbed into this surface at all. It is actually quite the sealed surface. And we've had scenarios before at other events. Adelaide comes to mind. One Friday night they were down at Tailem Bend, and it had rained in the afternoon. Lo and behold, the whole racing surface, the 660, all the way to the quarter mile, had been squidgied, had been prepped, had been cleaned, had been dried, we had a complete dry racing surface down at Tailem Bend. But would you believe the braking area being asphalt had moisture in the asphalt? That makes it very hard to dry the asphalt without a jet dryer. We have dumped the jet dryer plenty of times on asphalt surfaces like that to try and get the moisture away from the surface. But lo and behold, that seems to be the only chink in the armour on a drag strip is when you can't get the asphalt dry, especially when something like wet weather happens in the afternoon and you just don't have any more sunlight to be able to help you. Because, you can dry that asphalt with plenty of Australian sun. That'll dry up, but then when the sun goes down, you ain't drying that thing worth a damn. And that was our situation down at Tailem Bend a couple of years ago when we went down there and we had the racing surface immaculate. Because, as I said, it doesn't absorb. Once you seal everything like we do with this traction compound and everything, that water's easily squidgy off. You can get that surface pretty mint again because that moisture can't soak in. You just basically squidgy it to the side. It was that asphalt that was the problem. We were doing the old-fashioned drive the streetcars up and down the return road trying to get that surface dry, and we just couldn't do it that night. It was an absolute shame that we couldn't get it done, but... yes, no one's quite invented the liquid-proof racetrack yet. As long as all of our vehicles continue to have fluids in them, being water, coolant, oil, fluids, whatever. As long as they've still got that in them, there's always the risk that some of that is going to get onto the surface. Drag racing is one motorsport that really will find the weak spot, mechanically find the weak spot. Too much horsepower, not enough strength in the drive line can see all sorts of failures from the rear end to the front end. Input shafts, diff centres, universals, drive shafts. We've seen it all. We've seen them break just about everything. One thing drag racing's done for itself is continue to develop stronger and stronger components to prevent breakage. But we still got to use liquids, still got to use a fluid. It's hard to retain that. Sometimes it can just get you like this. A little issue with the cooling system, dumping some water on that, which we thought we would have been able to scoop up. The mops would have normally done it, but just depends on whether it was water, whether it was one of our water wetters, one of those sort of cooling system additives you can use, which is better than glycol or better than that. That just helps with the helps keeping the cooling system a little bit more efficient. All right. We're retiring the mops for now, which is good. Very limited mop action left out there. Either that or the boys are swapping mop heads. Either they've worn out that set and they're going for another set of mop heads. Putting a couple of new bullets in the mops. So I thought the boys were retiring the mops, but in fact they're changing to brand new heads. And they're packing them away. There you go. Put them up in the rack. Well, that's good for next time. All right, our spray rig's coming out here, which means we're about to probably apply a little bit of lane-to-lane traction compound. The sled's continuing up and down this lane for a small while. But the spray rig is out there now laying the sticky down, which is nice considering about 47 minutes left scheduled to finish testing tonight. It's going till 10 o'clock. This delay due to the leakage of the coolant, just holding us all up a little bit. But now that the sled's done its job in this lane just about, we are about to apply. As you can see, the spray rig will go to the 660 and back. That's a custom IDRP spray rig. Get you side to side, boundary to boundary spray rig, and you can see just how much goo we are laying down. That is a very sticky traction compound, thanks to our great sponsors, of course, VP. And it's so good that Justin's being acknowledged by VP in the United States for being able to use the traction compound that we do, and the performances that were being achieved on this side of the world with this compound. Pretty much world leaders when it comes to using the the VP Traction Compound. Our great series supporters are Race Products, VP Racing Fuels, Horsepower Solutions, Garage Night Wheels, Who's Attire Australia, 60-Foot Inc. and On Point Media Solutions for the merchandise, Online Motorsports, Meals, Queensland Concrete Pumping and IHRA Australia. Plus our great category sponsors, Spot On Performance and Fabrication, RC Metalcraft, Haltech, RLC Engine Reconditioning, CAS Industries, BRP Racing Transmission Coolers, Your Plumbing Solutions, Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools, Spool Imports, Woodham Petroleum and 60-Foot Inc., Six Boost, Power Management Solutions, Diverse Project Group, Bulk King, Platz's Auto Electrics, Dynamic Performance Industries and Tom's Towing and Transport, all great supporters of us, not only for the ongoing Kenda series, but here, Carnage in the Cane Fields for the revisit back to Palmyra. You can see our spray rig getting that sticky down. And it is a great spray rig indeed. Well done, gentlemen. That surface looks fairly mint. And I'd say not too long. All drivers back to their cars if indeed you sort of wandered away. I know you probably kept half an eye on what's happening on the surface and wondering when do we get another crack at it. It's been quite the delay just for many a minute now. But I would say we're just about back underway very, very shortly. So all drivers back to their cars, please. Well done. Good way to keep warm down there, boys. There's plenty of activity and you've done it all. Looking resplendent, those some of our crew in the Meals beanies down there. Thanks for mine. I'll still quite warm up in here. But yeah, outside getting a bit cooler. In here seems pretty warm. Nice and cosy and comfortable. But yeah, temperature dropping outside now. All right, so most drivers should be back towards their vehicle. You can tell it's fairly still out there now, so no more breeze out there. You can see that the Kenda flags are barely flickering down there, and our glue is hanging around in the breeze there. You would have got a nice whiff of it there, folks, if you hadn't already. It's good stuff. It's the sweet, sweet smell of sticky. That sweet, sweet sticky smell of the VP. Good stuff. Don't forget those tickets in the raffle. If we got, mind you, we've sold tons of them already, but if you do need more tickets, we've got them down at the Kenda tent. 5 different prize packs drawn after the Saturday racing before the final. So once we finish the 3 rounds of Chicago Shootout and all the finals are determined, we'll do our raffle draw tomorrow just before the final. So that's the 5 different prize packs. So those prizes are on display at the Kenda tent there. Check them out. If you need a Pro 1 Race Parts helmet, that's one of the raffle prizes, thanks to JDT Earthworks and Concreting. Pro 1 Race Parts harness, donated from Brett's Mobile Mechanics, as is the race gloves and stubby cooler. Prize 4 is the disconnect switch from Quick Car Racing Products from JDT Earthworks and Concreting. They've also kicked in for the pre-wired switch panel as well. So $1 a ticket, 5 tickets for $5. And yeah, a lot of the books have been sold already going through the crowd. Keep those tickets for tomorrow. I think we normally got your details as well, so we don't need to do the old-fashioned redraw. If you win it, we've got your details. Make sure that you get it. But you got to get those tickets from the Kenda tent. All right, what's the prognosis, boys? All right, looks like the headlights are on, and we're back underway with more testing. 40 more minutes. 40 more minutes of testing. Here we go. A little bit more testing. Tell you what, judging by what's on the roof of these cars, that we are starting to get a little bit of dew point in there. Starting to get a bit of dew point. So maybe 40 minutes is enough to get us all done. If we can keep cars coming down the track now, that's good. Jesse Linder back for another crack at it. Matt Britnell as well. Doing pretty well in the Kenda points up till now. All the way to the stripe there, 586 for Britnell, 660 there for Jesse. All right, Daniel Barrett back for another crack in this lane. Might be just enough. But that nice final spray on the track there. 38 minutes before the end. You can just tell a little bit more effort in the converter there. So it goes to show how sticky that track is to try and move that car back. Quite the noise in that car. I can hear it. The mechanical noise through this car. I can hear it. Tell you what, I didn't mind it. 114 in the 60 with a pedal, 485 at 158 mile an hour. Went 114, came out of the hole like a rocket. Little wheelie there. That's the sound I could hear, the cranky LSA there. Andy Coles, Tim Ablett beside him, very cranky HG in the ruckus class. I think he just cracked it into the 5 second zone last run. Andy Coles deep into the fives with this RX8 license plate Bad Temper. Going to be all lots of cranky noise coming out of these two on this run. Remember last run, Andy on the stomp of the pedal blew the tyres off the RX8. Let's see what happens this time with a fair bit of spray down on the line. Oh, side-by-side fives, 595 for Ablett, improves again. Andy Cole's 557. 557, 135 in the 60 for Andy, 130 for Tim Ablett. Gary, I think that's Gary Hunt wanting to know what's in the Mustang. I think we're 481X in that, mate. I think we're a 481X in that. Very impressive setup, you must agree. All right, Harry Thwaite back. Jamie Kareen's back. So a couple of barras, double-barreled. I keep saying it, the double-barreled barra bump-in just about to happen. Couple of nice barras bumping in. Gentlemen, engage your barras. Just a big pedal there from Harry, like whether or not it was just sort of dangling the wheel or not, but came out of the hole. 144 in the 60. 603 for Harry with the pedal. All right, he's back. Here it is. Which lane does he choose? He's coming down the tower lane. Scott Cortina. Funny car style burnout too. He loves that. He loves that rolling burnout. He loves a good roll and burnout. 235 on board the back. Centrifugally supercharged. I think it's ProCharge 481X in this thing. So let's see if it carries on with all its shenanigans on the way down, you know, mixing up the flames out of the pipes. A little power management. All right, what do the Leaf Spring Kings expect out of the HG this time? Mixing them up again, 488 on the lift, 122 in the 60, 122 in the 60, 325 to the 330, 488. Oh my God, we've seen more 4-second runs than I can remember. And just bringing them out again, just whether or not that's deliberate or accidental, the way that it is missing and firing and flaming up like that, whether it is just mixing them all up, getting the power management handled, who knows? All right, Jesse back for another crack. This time, big skid, rolling out off the line. Applying that hot rubber in the burnout. Rolling out that stickiness, then rolling back up. The ideal radial burnout is to get a lot of heat in that tyre before the start line. Roll that sticky tyre past the start line if you can. Roll back into it. And you should have that thing all wound and buttoned up, ready for perfect traction. Nice wheelies though. Nice wheelie, nice run. Here she goes on the lift. Oh, 34. So 140 in the 60. Nice big wheelie coming out of the car. 140 in the 60. Just as she goes to the trans brake or puts it on the chip, the thing rocks in and then up it goes. And 140 in the 60. Nice big wheelie coming out of the hole for Jessie. And trying to hit that 640. So 30 minutes left. So, look, it's fair to say that, we'll have our last call to the lanes about 9:45. That's about 15 minutes' time. So we're just on 8:30 now. 9:30 now. So we would assume that, as we said at the briefing today, that if you want to have another run, be in the lanes by about 9:45 and we can wrap up what we've got. But we're scheduled to run through till 10 tonight with testing. Dan Barrett comes back after a decent run. Nice short times, as we said, coming out like a rocket. And really getting the hang of this car now in his first full season with the car. So if you want to have another run, obviously get to the lanes. The track is yours for the taking for the next 29 minutes. Of course, we can't pull up stumps early to assume we're all done. If we did want to ask everyone if you were done, we could probably run around. If they told us we're all done, we could probably wrap it up. But I know that we've still got a couple in the lanes. A little bit more unfinished business to come. Just test one lane, test the other one, test the other, test, repeat. And it's good to see it's Kia Matulovic coming for another run in this amazing Mustang. So good to see it now finally in the flesh, running, living and breathing. And sometimes these dreams, they're a long time coming. Putting vehicles of this calibre together don't happen overnight, and it's just so nice to see another radial car finished and out there running and getting valuable seat time in it. So Kia's definitely doing that. Great name for the car too, Aftermath. Very cranky blow and our less on board. And he just about couldn't pick a more difficult class to try and get into, which is 235. I mean, that's a hell of a class to be getting into. That is a very good question, Dougie. I've been asking that myself, mate. Can't get the right answer just yet, mate, but I'm working on it, mate. I'm working on it. It's a very good question. It's a very good question. I've just actually sent the question out to the text line. The question's getting asked now anyway, by the look of it. All right, Kia just getting herself ready to have another hit here. All right, staying with some issues not firing there or something. All right, Harry, still not done yet. Oh, that's not a bad run for Harry off the line. Trying to hit the 580, 587. Can't ask for too much more than that. That's smack within a tenth of the pointy end of 580 for Harry. So ready. ET-wise, though, is not bad. Hitting the Pro Tree, a 225 light. Not ideal, but hey, be trying to cut some lights, have some practice tomorrow in quali. So 23 odd minutes left before testing's scheduled to finish. So we did see our Mustang get pushed back there, which is a shame, whatever it was that the issue may have been. Seen a couple of little issues creep in. Even the Kraken tonight, we had him here fired up and then the thing wouldn't shift gears, so he had to fix a switch or something which was allowing the car to go into gear or not. So yes, nearly 20 to 10. Any more takers? All right, so word is that we are kicking off at 10 tomorrow. So we'll be kicking off at 10. So don't need to be, well, I wouldn't be leaving it till 10 to get here. If you are racing, of course, we'll have a lot of our entrants in early. The ones that haven't been in here today, obviously, will have to go through and do their normal administration in the morning, which would be, you know, checking themselves out at scrutineering, getting all their race accreditation and all their stuff checked as per IHRA rules. I'm sure a lot of our people that have tested today or yesterday have got a lot of that stuff already handled, so I think it would be a little bit easy for them. You can see a lot of those people that are testing or have tested today have got their respected category already written on the vehicle, which indicates they're pretty well classified for their categories tomorrow. But obviously there'll be the extras, being our people coming in on the day. 10 o'clock we're kicking off with quali on track, I believe. Driver's briefing might be a little earlier than that. But 10 o'clock's the magic number tomorrow. What's that? There you go. All right. So there we go. There's our announcement. So we're starting at 10 tomorrow. Word is that we are wrapped. We are done. No one else in the lanes. No takers, no other comers. Just about worn them all out. A lot of people have got plenty of time slips for their troubles in testing, considering we started this afternoon at 4. So we had a lot of people get some good runs in by the look of it. Plenty of people worn their stuff out already, or got plenty of time slips to speak of, and plenty of good numbers run both sides of the racetrack, and some other little bugs to be fixed and ironed out. Plus that amazing Sugar Daddy Shootout tonight. Congratulations to our 2 finalists. It was a great final, a split purse 5-3. So the winner, Daniel Cook, the runner-up, Charlie Gregory. Great thanks to our sponsors for that. IDRP Group, Meals, Queensland Concrete Pumping, Bay City Concrete and Haulage. Thanks very much. Yes, that would be great ads. I won't say no to that. Mr. Ogash will not say no to that at all, mate. I'll be over for that. That would be great. But how about that tonight, hey? $8,000 in the Sugar Daddy Shootout. Congratulations to Daniel Cook for cleaning it up, and runner-up Charlie Gregory. Great final, great racing tonight. Great for you folks. See you all tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. Get some more friends and family to come out and witness it all. There is nothing like a carnage in the cane fields. It's nothing like having Kenda up here in Mackay again. It's great that you came out and joined us today. We hope to see you all again tomorrow. And as we said, we'll kick off from 10. And if you can't be here, or you've got friends interstate or overseas, tell them to get onto YouTube, search Kenda 660, Carnage in the Cane Fields on YouTube, overtaking lane. We'll be on that stream. But until then, night for now, and see you in the morning.